almost every year on both sides how things can change in an instant. You can go on a winning streak and then lose a bunch of games and vice versa. And so I think what's important is to take it week by week and not be concerned with, our record now and anything like that. Obviously, it's a pressing issue. We need to start winning games. But, this isn't, it's not a death sentence for us, and it's not indicative of how the rest of the season is going to go.
Malik Washington says you can't be over anxious.
You don't want to be desperate for a win because that's when you start to really push. I mean, we want to know each day. Each day throughout the week, we'll want to know until we get to Monday and we go 1-0 in that game. Each game we expect to blow the team that we're playing out. So it's not like, I just hope we escape with a win or I hope we just get by. We want to blow teams out. So I think on Monday we'll be coming into it with the mindset of, let's go win this game. Let's go dominate this one.
Fins and the always hapless Jets tonight. And we're talking about it. This is Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Solana with Omar Kelly on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select models now through September 2nd. Learn more at Lexus.com. By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Shop over 22 acres of Cadillacs built for luxury and performance at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Start your game-winning drive today at Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome on in, everybody, to another edition of Game Day Uncensored, right here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you, alongside my co-host Alejandro Solana from the Kaseya Center all the way down here to Little River. Solana, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling like I can use a Dolphins victory today. It was a smooth, heat media day. Nothing controversial. Surely the Dolphins will let it down.
Why do I feel very nervous about today? And I was like, I understand the logic of it's the Jets, but I also, it is the NFL and weird stuff happens. And that is just how it is. And so I go into today and I say, what could possibly go wrong? Well, everything has gone wrong with this team. They are debuting new uniforms where they still say that there's some type of blue, which I don't believe. But
can we get that out of the way? Yeah. By the way, it looks badass, in my opinion. It looks cool. Night game, Monday Night Football. They're black end zones, right? Am I getting fooled once again by these blue end zones?
Dark Waters blue. That's what it is.
It's a black end zone, man.
Dark Waters blue. Like, we got to just accept it. That's what I went to Dick's Sporting Goods and I saw the jersey there and I was like, this is a black jersey. But that's not what it is. So let's just stop trying to fight it and just dive into the dark waters, I guess, dude. I don't know. Brittany, how are you? Brittany is producing for us here today. How is your confidence level, Brittany, going into this one?
I don't have any confidence. I don't like primetime games, and I don't like special uniform games. They make me nervous.
She is right. That's a bad combination. I'm always fired up when the Dolphins go throwbacks. And when's was it the
last year
Noah Igbenogany pick game against the Steelers when they won in throwbacks?
Yes. Did they wear them last year too, though?
They did wear them last year, but I don't.
Buffalo.
It's always against Buffalo. Like, they just they get curb stomped. But no, I don't know, man. I want to be it because I miss football. Like, it's been a while. The Canes were off this week. We had nothing. I did spend my time in Orlando, so that was okay. But I've been sitting here waiting for the Dolphins, and I like some of the stuff that I'm hearing this week. We'll get into all of it. We have another Tua controversy week, which is always a thing. But I don't know. Like, I can't just like our big open in respect to football guy. He is like the hapless Jets, and I'm just like, we're kind of hapless right now. We're not full.
No, the Dolphins are more hapless than the Jets because the Dolphins had higher expectations than the New York Jets coming into this season. Right? The Jets are kind of in like this weird position. New head coach. They have like this bridge QB situation going on. I don't think anybody expects Justin Fields to be, the permanent solution for New York. The Dolphins are in more of a hapless situation and more of a dire situation to get a victory. That nobody wants to be 0-4. Don't get me wrong.
No.
But the Dolphins 0-4 could cost jobs. The
For sure.
Jets 0-4, it's just
No, it's no
another bad football season in New York, which they're used to, by the way.
No, they definitely are. I mean, and like, look, the Jets also have been in 2 close games and 1 stinker. So like the Tampa game, they could have very much won that game.
They've looked better than Miami.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, look, we'll talk about the Bills game in further depth in a second, but like they've body of work this season through 3 games, 0-3. People think higher of the Jets than they do of the Miami Dolphins. That's not good.
No.
For the Dolphins. That's never good.
But I mean, like, look, it all can flip. Like, I don't want to be a mope. Like, if they win this, then we're staring at, oh, they got Carolina coming up. There is a path for them to right the ship. It's just I need to see them make the first turn, Solana, before I believe it. You know, it's great to hear everything. We've heard a lot of words. We've heard so many words, and that's cool. But I just feel like we're all in this position of, hey, I just need to see it. I don't really have any feel for it. I hope that they can get it done. I think if they play the way they did against Buffalo, that should be good enough to get it done. But do I have confidence? No. I mean, they've shown themselves to be a pretty miserable team that when somebody gets a stop, then they can't score. If they score, nobody gets a stop. If they get a punt return, they give up a kickoff return touchdown. There's a key penalty in there. Like they just haven't played together a good considerable amount of football all season. And this is why they are where they are.
The way you described it is exactly how I feel, Tobin, which is until they prove to us that they can right some of these wrongs, it's hard to believe it. And there's so many different areas you can go down. And that's how I feel. Darren Waller is one of them. Until I see it, I'm sorry, I can't buy into that. Until I see Anthony Weaver this week talking about, you know, we just got to go be the physical. We got to go be violent.
Turn into Heisenberg.
I mean, I love that. But until I see it, I know who the guys on the roster are. I know who this team is. I know I know what the body of work has shown me. I don't think they can be violent.
Right.
So it's just until they prove to you that they can do it, then it's hard for us to really wrap our heads around it just being expected at this point.
Yeah, it's one of these things where, from my standpoint, you got to need one of the young guys to like step up and surprise you. Like you can't really go off of it and be like, oh, this will get fixed. And like, look, I think they're saying the right things too. I think that there's some good stuff. Like saw Jonas Savaianai is like working with Teron Armstead. I'm like, that's kind of awesome. Good. I'm glad that they get like they're calling in the troops already because they feel like, hey, they know they need him to be good. I see some great quotes from Kenneth Grant this week talking about Weaver's calling him too robotic. He's saying, I'm not happy. You know, I got to get my hands right. I got to be a monster. I'm like, all right, good. Because they needed those guys. And it's not a fair position to put them in. It's just like they got drafted to a situation where like they needed to lean on them early. And I don't know if they're ready. It took Chop Robinson a while to get going. It takes these guys a little bit to get going. So can one of them have a breakout night? And that'd be like, hey, this is the first domino to fall to get things going. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know who it is, and I don't feel confident predicting anything just because when something has looked like it's going better, something else inevitably falls off.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for the Dolphins. You talk about their schedule, some of the games coming up. You're in a situation where you take care of business against the teams coming into the season, Tobin. We thought these are winnable games. Now the other teams are looking at the Dolphins like, oh, that's the winnable game. So it's a bit of an interesting dynamic at play. But man, with the way that the schedule's lined up, as bad of a start as this season has been, as bad of a start as they've gotten off to, it could be 500 in the next couple of weeks here. It's not out of the realm of possibility. So we'll see. If you can't beat the Jets at home, Monday Night Football, in what feels like, hey, now or never, you're 0-3. Is this going to work? Everybody's questioning Tua. Everybody's talking about Mike McDaniel being fired. The last time you were at home, you not only lost the game to New England, to a division rival, but you had an airplane literally calling for the general manager and the head coach's job. If you can't get it done tonight against another 0-3 team and avoid dropping your first 3 games against divisional opponents, then we can start talking about what will be inevitable with the Dolphins in terms of this season, and that's going to be draft selections and stuff like that. I don't want to get there yet, though.
I know,
Tobin.
dude. We've had like no football already, and like we're already going to start talking about this. Yeah, we might. Game Day Uncensored brought to you by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. We will take a break. We will take you all the way to kickoff right here on FM 104.3 WQAM. We're streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, the channel 104.3 WQAM on YouTube, Miami 104.3 WQAM on Twitch. And you guys can get at us on the chat. We'll get your feedback there. We'll be here up until game time. When we come back, we'll take a little looky-loo. It's been a while. We'll take a little looky-loo at the loss the Dolphins had to make themselves 0-3, and how the hell did they get out of this? Back with more Game Day Uncensored after this.
Live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Shop massive savings on a massive Chevy inventory.
Uncensored right here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you. Omar Kelly's going to join us along the way as we get you ready for Dolphins and Jets Monday Night Football from Hard Rock Stadium. Dolphins debuting their rivalry jerseys tonight. And it's been a while since they've been on the football field. Solana, we've had to sit on this loss for a while as they own. I mean, look, valiant effort against the Bills. I will say, if I'm going to, they said afterwards, no moral victories. I agree with that. But I thought overall the Dolphins showed themselves well after, they looked like they were going to get steamrolled out of the gate. And then a missed field goal. They got up off the canvas and they showed themselves pretty well. But ultimately it wasn't enough. And it ends, unfortunately, in another Tua Tagovailoa pick. But what would you say were your biggest takeaways from that loss to Buffalo?
I think it was as good as the Dolphins, this version of the Miami Dolphins, as well as they could play. And they still lost by 10 points. I'm not doing the moral victory thing, but if you approach it from a half glass full perspective, Tobin, I mean, they were 12.5 point dogs going into that game. And look, I know they lost by 10 points, but the 2 interception at the end, the Dolphins have an opportunity to go down the field and tie this game. They're down a score. I mean, that's where you want to be against the Buffalo Bills, right? You want to be in a position at the very least on the road 0-2 with how bad they looked week 1, with how catastrophically things looked at the end of week 2 against New England. If you would have told me, hey, the Dolphins are going to have the ball with a couple minutes to go and a chance to tie the game or win the game, I would have said, okay, like I'll take that. But all things considered, yeah, it's as well as they probably could have played against a team they can never beat, and they still lost by 10 points. I mean, it just gives you an idea, big picture of where this team is at and just how far removed they are from actually competing with the top dogs in the AFC.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it feels like with Buffalo, like they have one of these a year with them. It's like
right.
They never beat them, but like it's usually they get hammered one game, and then there's one that kind of teases you, which will tell you when they come back down here. I mean, like usually the way it sets up for them, because Buffalo, I mean, they kind of feel like they're skipping through. Like I know that they had a little bit of danger yesterday against the Saints, but ultimately, like they're putting up 30 every single game. They look like a machine right now. I think the thing that was obviously disappointing about this is once again, you put yourself in a position to go ahead, and what happens? Zach Sealer blows up the long snapper, and even when you do something good, it turns into something bad because his season, which really has been non-impact, disappointingly so far, you get a roughing the kicker call, and you're just like, because you just knew as soon as you gave the Bills more life, they were going to score a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
And what's frustrating about that penalty specifically is the Dolphins defense early in that game. It looked like the Dolphins defense we had seen throughout the first 2 weeks, which was just not capable of getting a stop.
So bad.
I mean, and that's not good when you're playing Buffalo. You've got to be able to stop Josh Allen, and they couldn't at the very beginning. And then I don't know where, Tobin, like there's some rhythm to the defense, right? They start getting some stops. They finally got one thanks to the missed field goal. But then in the third and the fourth quarter, you could argue the Dolphins defense held their own.
Jack Jones played really well.
He did. And there were some plays where you're like, oh, okay, here's the defense that you were kind of hoping that this team would blossom into. And then the back-breaking penalty where you would have gotten the ball back, you would have had momentum, you could have gone and taken the lead, and instead you just know it's inevitable. Here come the Buffalo Bills. You gave them life. They're going to take it at home. They don't lose at home, especially with a penalty like that. And it's just a dumb penalty, man. Like, not to look, everything's been said about Zach Sealer already.
This is not Game Day polite. It's Game Day Uncensored.
I know, but like, just to pile on Zach Sealer doesn't seem fair. I mean, the dude.
I love him. I don't like doing it, but it is what it is.
You can't make that penalty in that game, man. Like, you could talk about Tua's interception all we want, and we will, but that right there changes everything about that game. Every good that the Dolphins defense had was thrown out the window by your captain. And people are down on Mike McDaniel right now, Tobin. And I'm on a position here. Maybe I'm on an island, but Mike McDaniel put this team in a position to win that football game.
I thought he coached a good game.
And your two captains, your highest paid defensive player and your highest paid offensive player, let you down in that football game in the most important moments of the game. Like, what do you do if you're a head coach? What do you do with that?
It is a tough thing, and especially with everybody calling for his job and saying they're not playing for him. I thought that the team did, especially they could have turtled up with the way the game started, and I thought that he did coach a good game. There was some craziness in there, with the lateral whatnot, and all of them they were pulling out tricks. But yeah, you're right. Like it comes down to Zach Sealer's mistake, and it comes down to Tua's interception, and that's just the thing right now. Is it just feels like anytime the game's on the line, giving it to QB1, like it's ended now in disaster twice. Here was Zach Sealer. This was him after the game, frustrated with the season.
Do you feel personal frustration? Personal
from
how things have gone for you over the first 3 games?
I mean, obviously we're frustrated with how the game we're 0-3. Like it's never a happy spot to be in. But I mean, after coming out of today, obviously minus that one play for me, I feel like we did better up front. We played comms better, we rushed better, and I'm excited where we're going.
All right, well, very optimistic, man. Beautiful things, beautiful words from Zach Sealer.
I would have loved to have seen your facial reaction, like when that penalty was called, because I mean, you've been Sealered on up, and
what was my reaction? It was terrible, dude. Like, first of all, I saw it immediately. I was just, I saw the kicker get hit immediately. I didn't know immediately it was Zach Sealer, and I was just like, oh, they just did, because this just happened against the Patriots. They just did this. The same thing happened with Judon. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is tough.
Do you buy into it though, that it's the undisciplined nature of a Mike McDaniel coach team? That I'm talking about.
It's not disciplined.
Yeah, but
it's not disciplined.
Man, I mean, and I'm not trying to rush to Mike McDaniel's defense. We'll get to him later on, and I hope we don't hear too much from him later on. But like that play specifically, that's just a dumb play, man.
Yeah.
That's not that. That to me is not, hey, this team's undisciplined, and if you had Rex Ryan coaching this team, he would never do that. No, that's the guy that's not supposed to do that.
Right.
The Matthew Judon, fine. I don't know why the hell he's out on special teams against the Indianapolis Colts. I don't understand that for the life of me. But in that moment right there, on the road against Buffalo, you're 0-2, you have a chance. You have a chance. And for your captain, your leader on the defense to make that play, that's just a dumbass play, man. It's a boneheaded move. That's not undisciplined. That's just somebody trying to do too much at the wrong time.
This was Tua on being 0-3 after his game-ending pick.
Yeah, no more victories, that's for sure. There's definitely some things that we can take away that is good, that's up to par within our standard of how we operate within the offense. And then, with how the defense wants to operate as well, getting the stops. When they get those stops, we got to capitalize on that and allow ourselves to get points when we get those opportunities. So, never good to lose, regardless of how a certain individual may have felt they performed. This is a team sport. We win together, we lose together.
Yes, but mostly you at the end is losing it for us.
The way people broke down that interception, by the way, I mean,
it's exhausting.
It's brutal. Look, bottom line, okay? The right guard gets absolutely lit the F up.
Brunskill.
And I don't know why Brunskill's in the game. He's your backup center. And it was Keon Smith who started at right tackle. I still don't have like a clear understanding of why that got changed in the third quarter. You make that change, Tobin, in the first half, right? But they didn't. They waited until the third quarter to make that change. And it wasn't an injury to Keon Smith. So I'm still struggling to understand exactly what happened there. But Tua has a 300-pound guy running at his face. He got rid of the ball. That's a read he's made 10 times. And the middle linebacker for Buffalo made a good play. Like, it's as simple as that. It doesn't have to be that deep. The problem is you're Tua Tagovailoa. You can't keep making those mistakes in those moments of the game. His numbers just aren't good at the end of games.
They're not. And I think, and I want to ask you about this because I saw that you got into the hive of for whatever reason has become like Mr. Breakdown everything the Dolphins are doing this year, and that's Kurt Warner, who's like taken a special shining to the Dolphins this year, is like he's gonna break down everything that there is and whose fault is it. It's just exhausting. Like, I don't think anybody's sitting here anymore looking for Tua defenses. Like, the time for that was in previous years. Did Tua go through some hardships and was he set up for the most success early on in his career? No. Obviously, he didn't have the full support of the coaching staff that was here. Dude, we're in year 6. We're tired. I say this as somebody who likes Tua. I root for Tua, but like, it's exhausting at this point. I need the guy to just go do it. I don't like there's a very easy way to shut all of this up, and it's in the last 2 weeks. Give your team the victory or make it even against your division rival, and he hasn't done it. And all these reasons and who made the play and who not. Hey, we're sick of hearing it. I get you. We understand that the offensive line is made of peanut brittle, and they decided that they were going to plug the right guard spot with a guy coming off a torn Achilles, and that lasted 14 seconds. I said 14 weeks like a dummy. But I see this Kurt Warner who's like, he's not set up for – he's not. All right, dude. But does everybody else not get this broken down? Because quarterbacks are dropping like flies around the league. And he's had the opportunity in his hands to go out and put success on his shoulders for the team, and it's ended in colossal failure.
It has. And look, I don't like the idea that, hey, that drive is, the end-all be-all Tua. I'm just trying to analyze it fairly here. That drive, which is what upset me about people overanalyzing it, that drive didn't tell me anything about Tua other than he continues to struggle in these critical moments, right, down a score or needing a score in late games. But we know that. Like, the sample size is large enough there where, okay, we know Tua struggles there. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Baker Mayfield in those moments. But that specific play, Tobin, you're the quarterback. No matter what happens on the offensive line, and I'm giving it the context that I believe we deserve to give the play. The right guard gets torn up. He has to make a quick decision. Late in the game, he's trying to make a play. He's thrown that same pass hundreds of times before his receiver was there. And guess what? This time, the defender makes a great read on the play, knew what the route was going to be, jumped it, intercepted it. And at the end of the day, you're the quarterback. You throw it. The responsibility lies on you, period. End of story. And look, man, Tua hasn't looked great aside from that. He just hasn't. Oh, when you're Kurt Warner and you're trying to talk about he's not set up successfully and provide all this ancillary context, I understand where it's coming from. But at the end of the day, look at where the Miami Dolphins are at with Tua. And Tobin, we're year 6 now or year 5 with Tua Tagovailoa, and we're still doing, well, it needs context. It needs context. I mean, it feels like Ryan Tannehill all over again. Right. At the end of the day,
except people actually want to talk about him nationally. That's the only right. difference. Like, nobody give a rat's ass about Ryan Tannehill.
Nobody. But at the end of the day, can you win this team football games or can you not win this team football games? And has your general manager not put you in the best position to succeed? Maybe, but you've got to be able to fill in the gaps somehow.
Yeah, and it's not only. I think the thing that's frustrating about it, right, is. It only goes from 2 perspectives on this because he's such a guy that gets the reactions on this. The people who thought he sucked are just like, yeah, you see. But the thing that's disappointing is somebody who was like, I was hopeful this guy was going to be the franchise guy. I was for giving him the extension. Is I very much can clearly see he's playing the worst football of his career. Like, he's not. He has been awful this year, and there's no ifs. Like everything has just been exaggerated, and in a way that. All of the criticisms and the worries that people have had to it, he's only like put a magnifying glass on that. Whether that be the mobility issues, whether that be that he's physically breaking down, whether that be his inability to get the ball down deep to the field anymore. Like, these were not things that were issues 2 years ago. Yes, there were still flaws that were in his game, but like, you're very much seeing a guy who's playing the worst football of his career.
Tobin, he's throwing the ball and like half his throws are at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's just HN save me.
I mean, he can't.
HN go do something.
He can't hit Tyreek Hill in stride. And look, I don't know if it's the injuries, but I just frankly don't care anymore about what it is. Right? Like you have to be able at this point in your career to have a fan base not be talking about, well, is he the guy or is he not the guy? And look, I know a lot of people watched that game and said, wow, Tua maneuvered pretty decently in the pocket at times. There was one or two
I was
plays.
terrified every time.
There were one or two plays where he actually used his legs, got out of the pocket, made something happen. And guess what? You still lost by 10. So what does it matter? Like, miss me with that. We know his limitations, and whether or not he does it one or two times where he actually moves the ball with his legs, we know his limitations already. That's not commonplace, and he can't make up for it with his arm right now. Tobin, it's a bad place to be.
We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored, and we'll get more into the defensive side of the football as Anthony Weaver had some big declarations this week for his defense. He was starting to say he was going into a dark place where he really wants his defense to man up. Game Day Uncensored is also brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Automall. Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC's entire inventory is on sale and all backed by Morse. Click Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC.com to start shopping GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. We'll take a break. More Game Day Uncensored after this. And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today. Are you fired up a Bad Bunny halftime show?
I am. I'm a big Bad Bunny fan.
Did you want to bash your head against the radio for your boys in the afternoon?
Why? What were they doing?
They don't know any Bad Bunny songs. You know the Hawk bit.
Remember Bad Bunny, I think it was Bad Bunny and J Balvin were guests during the Shakira J-Lo halftime show here in Miami.
That's true.
And I remember Hawk and Crowder being like, who was that? Nobody knows. And I'm like, bro, these guys are literally the biggest reggaeton artists in the world right now.
Yep.
Bad Bunny's like breaking streaming records. Anybody who's like, oh, nobody's going to know any of these songs.
LeBron flew to Puerto Rico to go on stage with him this summer.
What are we talking about here? Okay. Like what are we doing here? Just because you don't listen to an artist doesn't mean. And Tobin, correct me if I'm wrong. When does the Super Bowl have to cater to everybody? I don't understand this. Nobody listen to Kendrick Lamar's music. Like a select people listen to Kendrick Lamar music, hip hop fans, rap fans. And it is what it is. Like, that's what it was last year. The Weeknd didn't cater to everybody. Beyonce didn't cater to everybody. You don't have to have Paul McCartney every year. Just, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on a tirade here.
It's okay. I find it, well, I was seeing the reaction. I was just like, well, that's a non-South Florida reaction, because I feel like that's a monster deal to have him doing that. Like I told my wife, she was fired up. She's like, what? All right, excellent.
I don't know if you watched the the live concert on Amazon, his last tour in Puerto Rico, his last tour date in Puerto Rico. But bro, the concert's cool. He's an artist, he's not just getting up there and singing into a mic. So it's going to be cool. I mean, I'm biased, obviously. I'm a huge Bad Bunny. I've seen him in concert 4 times. So I'm biased, but I'm jacked up for it.
Brittany, you fired up for Bad Bunny?
Oh, I'm so excited. I did not think it was going to be him either, especially because he said he wasn't going to tour in the U.S. So now that he chose the Super Bowl, I'm excited.
Does that mean he is going to tour in the U.S. after that?
No, he said it yesterday.
It's a one and done.
That he was like, if there's only going to be one date in the U.S. and it's the Super Bowl.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, my boy Xander Zayas, he just won the title, and like the night that he won, Bad Bunny put him on Instagram, like watching him win the title with Felix Tito Trinidad. I'm like, oh, this is like the greatest Puerto Rican party of all time.
That's fire.
Yeah, that's it's pretty awesome. So I think it's cool. I like the choice, but we got to make everything a thing.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. Speaking of making everything a thing, Anthony Weaver, he called for violence. Violence this week. He was going on this whole thing about the defense and where they're at. And the Dolphins defensive coordinator, this is what he wants to see from his team going into this Week 4 matchup against the New York Jets.
Whether it's takeaways, stopping the run. Like, I'm old school. I may sit up here, I'm a nice guy, I smile, I do all those things. But all of our problems that we need to solve can be solved through violence. Yeah, they want to legislate it out of the game. But we play defensive football. And in defensive football, at some point, you draw a line in the sand and you say, I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to stick my helmet under this guy's chin, and I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to violently take the ball away. And that's what we need to do. With a steely-eyed focus, with resolve, with resiliency, and we're going to stop people. And I'm determined, we're all determined for that to happen.
Wow. That was good.
He's like shaking a little bit.
He's like shaking, yeah. Like he's very emotional. You can tell he must be sick watching that film.
Oh my God.
He must be sick watching that film.
Well, and there's a lot of pressure on him too. Tobin, he came in this season, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of like the darling of this Miami Dolphins organization. Pressures on McDaniel, pressures on Greer. Nobody's happy with Stephen Ross. And everybody's like, this Anthony Weaver guy, he seems to know his bleep. That could be the guy to be the next head coach. And all of a sudden, his defense, the responsibility that he has arguably looked worse than the offense, which is hard to do. So he's got to be pissed off about how this season has played out.
Yeah, and you also got to think, like, look, if it does go bad, like, is he going to get his audition to be a head coach yet again? Like, is this going to be his spot? And, I think everybody would have thought naturally he is going to be the guy, but, like, this defense has been so bleh this start of the season. Like, I think people are wondering, like, all right, is this guy capable? Now, he was also asked in this press conference about, the setup of the team and, like, did they put him in a good position. And his whole thing was, I get paid to cook the groceries, like he doesn't get to pick. And I was just like, oh, all right. But you knew this defense was going to come in with the young guys on the line, and that was going to be a thing. And then could the secondary figure things out? I think the thing that's been disappointing is we look at the names that are there in that pass rush, and we're just like, man, they should at least give the quarterback a hell of a time. Now, they haven't been able to stop the run to put themselves in a position to do that. But, man, it's just like nothing has been of impact. They have no turnovers. No turnovers, dude. I mean, like this is really like a crazy thing to watch this defense week in and week out, basically just get bowled over. Yes, they've showed some moments of pride, but it just hasn't been enough. And so, yeah, I'm hopeful that this is the place where it stops today, but I'm not sure that it is.
Here's the thing. I like the impassioned speech. Sure, give me that when you're 0-3, right? I mean, it can't hurt, but we had Omar on Friday. What's today? Monday. We had him on Friday, and we're just talking about Anthony Weaver's comments, and he's pretty straightforward. Omar Kelly, by the way, is who I meant. And he's like, look, like there's just no dogs on this team.
Right.
And it feels that way to me. So talk to me about violence all you want. Sure, it sounds great. Monday Night Football, backs against the wall. We have to be the more physical team. We have to get back to old school football. I like what he's saying, but can he come through with that? I don't know. I just don't know if this roster is built that way. And it goes back to the narrative that everybody had about this team, which is that they're a finesse team and they're kind of soft and they're not physical. And they haven't proven any of those narratives to be incorrect yet. And one impassioned speech by the defensive coordinator, while intimidating, sure, I'll give him that. It doesn't make me feel differently going into this game, knowing that the Dolphins are going to be the most physical team. They're just not.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things, too, where with those kind of calls, you hope that it sparks something with someone. Like, I look at somebody like Minkah Fitzpatrick, right? And it's like he comes in here and it's like it's almost been a bother of him to be on the Miami Dolphins, right? Like it's like, oh, I can't believe I'm back here. And he's probably watching, the Steelers go out there and light it up. I saw Deshaun Elliott, who was here, had a huge game for them in London or in Dublin, excuse me, against the Vikings. And I'm just like, wait, I thought Minkah was supposed to be like the dog who's gonna like bring this together, and it's just like, I don't know, like who do they look to on this team that can do that? And Zach Sealer, no impact plays. Now I know that there's teams that are going to try and take him away because they got a lot of babies around him, but all right, man, there's never a moment in the game where there's going to be something that they can stand on and make it happen. So you hope that it starts getting going today, but it's been a rough watch.
The Sealer thing is interesting, Tobin, because he played alongside Christian Wilkins. And then the big question when Wilkes gets that money and he goes to Las Vegas, okay, is Sealer going to be able to kind of man the interior by himself, or was he a product of playing alongside a Pro Bowler?
Mm-hmm.
And last season, he had the luxury, and I'm not taking anything away from Zach Sealer. I don't think it's fair. Because I do think he's earned his money, and I do think he's a quality player. But he had the luxury of playing against a veteran, a vocal leader in the locker room, and Calais Campbell, somebody who outperformed expectations by a wide margin.
God, he's a monster.
And this year, he's got Benito Jones next to him, and it's not a shot at Benito Jones, but it's not Calais Campbell, and it's not Christian Wilkins. So I wonder, like, how much of that is at play here, where he's not playing next to somebody of that ilk, of that caliber. And then, let's just be honest. To me, the biggest head scratcher of all this, and if we want to talk about physicality, fine. But at the end of the day, you're a defensive coordinator. You have to be able to scheme up the right defense. And the Miami Dolphins, I know everybody's seen the stat already, so I'm not bringing anything new, but it is very noteworthy. They're blitzing more than anybody in the NFL. Number one in blitz rate in the NFL. And they're worst in the NFL, literally 32nd last in pressure rate. How, like, just try to digest that. That to me is a scheme issue. Whether or not you're just the guy trying to cook the groceries doesn't mean anything to me in week 3, because you know what the groceries are. So if week 1, the groceries, you weren't really expecting them and your meal wasn't great, fine. You couldn't stop Indiana Jones and the Colts, fine. But by week 3, Tobin, you better have a better menu available. You better have figured out some way to cook a better meal with the ingredients
Right,
because
dude.
those are your ingredients.
Yeah, you're gonna make hibachi. Or you're gonna put it in the slow cooker. Like, what are you gonna do?
I mean, come on, don't give me those excuses if you're Anthony Weaver. At the end of the day, like something's broke, you have to fix it.
I think we're all just tired of everything. It's just kind of gotten exhausting. Another thing that has is that Tua in his press conferences can't see a controversy coming a mile away. It's like passes over the middle. What is Tua's kryptonite? Passes over the middle and things that'll become national controversies. That's become Tua Tagovailoa's pressers every week. And this past week was no different. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More after this. And welcome back, everybody. Hour 2 of Game Day, Uncensored, right here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you as we take you all the way up till this Week 4 Monday Night Football kickoff at 7:15 from Hard Rock Stadium. Shout out to all the tailgaters getting there today and battling through it. And I thought we were going to get like tropical storm stuff today. So hopefully everybody gets a nice day of football. It's been nice and clean out here.
That's 2 for 2 because the Canes games were like just brutal conditions. Remember the game against USF? You literally had a 2-hour rain delay.
Right.
But home opener against New England, beautiful morning for tailgating. And so far, so good, Tobin.
So far, so good. You mentioned the banner that flew last game. Supposedly, there's going to be another one. And this one actually, I don't know, but it's going to say bench Tua on top of firing McDaniel.
It's a long-ass banner.
It is a long banner. But I think they got so much money to the cause. They're like, yeah, we'll roll it over to the next one. So if anybody has any boots on the ground reports on banners, let us know. We'd love to get that going. As we got on here, the Miami Dolphins have made a roster move, and that is that they have signed Riley Patterson, your boy, to the active roster, the 53-man roster, and they have
signed him or elevated him.
No, I think they moved him to the 53.
Wow, okay.
And they placed Jason Marshall on IR because they can only elevate him for 3 games.
Yeah,
so they had to make room for him. So that's where they're at with that.
So perhaps a kicker controversy at some point, like once Jason Sanders is healthy.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you cut bait with Jason Sanders and Riley Patterson makes significantly less. I mean, that's going to be interesting. Once the time comes, it'll be very interesting.
It is going to be interesting, and it's we'll see what ends up happening there. And of course, I'm sure they don't want to rush Jason Sanders back and have something else go with this. Remember last year they had to change long snappers like every week.
Yeah, how could I forget?
Yeah.
Blake Ferguson.
Yeah,
do I have that right?
Yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But for now, Riley Patterson has been moved to the 53-man roster. Jason Marshall has been put on IR, so he is out for the next 4 games. More DBs going down, just what this team needs.
Classic.
The when I was trying to enjoy SeaWorld, Solana, this week with my family, I saw two things really were in my sports peripherals, which is one, Alexander Barkov is done for the season, or pretty much done for the season, which really broke my heart. I was like, you ever look at your phone with denial? I'm just like, yeah, come on, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. And then, the news just kept getting worse.
And then you see the video and you're like, oof.
Yeah, that was bad. So that was there. And then Tua and his press conference, which I just knew as soon as it was done, I'm like, great. That's going to be a great Friday because this dude just teed up First Take for like the entire ESPN programming day. Tua just got, because I'm just like listening to this whole thing go down. And for those who didn't know, Tua was basically asked a question about his contract and how people react to it. And then just in the midst of the question, he's thrown, Cam Newton said something about it. And like Tua reacts to it. I'm going to play it here for you because the only way to properly do this is with an overly dramatized montage. And I was just like, oh my God, that's, oh no, Tua, no. But of course he stepped in it as, he has. And so if you guys missed it, here it was.
I don't really like talkative Tua. We've heard more from Tua Tagovailoa than we have ever had. I'm saying to myself, bro, I like quiet Tua.
How much do you think people criticize and scrutinize your play do it not just from the film, but through the lens of your current contract? In your opinion, is that a factor?
I'm not too sure.
They Tua Tagovailoa threw an interception. They say he threw an interception and he makes $53 million. You know what I mean? Because they do. They always say that. I heard Cam Newton say it the other day.
Anybody can play quarterback in this league. Then I mean, I want to see anybody on the streets come and play quarterback. I mean, Cam's doing his thing for sure, but I think it's easier to be able to hold a clicker and talk about it that way, or talk about what someone else is doing wrong when you're not going out and having to do the same as them, right? So I think it's easy to do that. I think anybody can do that. I don't think anybody can play quarterback.
Anybody can go 0-3. Anybody, can really look at the optics and say, hey, dog, but did I lie, though? The situation that has taken place in Miami, it's more Love Island drama than football.
Have not seen this many losers talking about football since I watched the Miami Dolphins post-game interviews.
You got the Love Island quote in there. What happened there? How the hell are we getting called out on Love Island?
It ruined my Sunday last week. It ruined my Sunday last week. What do you mean? I can't just take a break, watch some Love Island games? Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. Just getting out here, and that's what it is. We have Tua versus Cam Newton teed on up. And I was just like, oh, man, come on. Can we just have 1 week where we're not just like Tua's like, you know what? It's Josh Allen. Way better than me, dude. and this Cam Newton, even though I know most of the ire wasn't at Cam Newton, I'm just like, come on, Tua. Just for once, can you just be like, I'm focused on just getting us a win. I don't care. Like, but he's got that truth serum just lingering through and goes, I got to just give you my thoughts on this.
So Tobin, I have a different take on this, though. This time, I don't blame Tua.
Really?
I don't. Because here's the problem. Right now, Tua Tagovailoa, people are out to say they were right about him. Yep. And I'm talking about nationally, not locally, because we all know it's as polarizing as it's ever been. But nationally, a lot of people for years have been talking about the Dolphins and have had low expectations for the Dolphins. And in 2023, they proved some people wrong. It didn't end well, but I think that season itself, greatest show on turf. They scored the 70 points. Tua was, without a doubt, one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. And people were just constantly talking about his injury, how prone to injury he is. And finally, they can come out and say, we told you so about Tua. And in that press conference, Tobin, for those of you who listened to the entire thing, I know you did, he put a lot of the blame on himself. And he said, I have to be better. I'm not playing good enough, not playing up to the standards that I've set for myself. But then the one thing he could not say is what everybody ran with, the one quote.
Right.
And it's proof. It's proof that when you're losing, this is going to happen.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is where I would say a counter to that. The one thing, like, yeah, dude, like, guess what? People don't spend their whole days watching 15-minute press conferences. That's not how it works. And you know what would have been great? It would have been is if he would have gotten through the whole press conference without stunting on his haters. And then maybe people would have heard that, oh yeah, he took accountability for how bad the team is. But no, he for even in his 6th year and doing press conferences every week for 6 years, not realizing, oh damn, I probably shouldn't have said that, because then everybody's not going to hear how accountable I was, because you couldn't see from a mile away getting set up on hey Tua, what do you think of all your critics? That to me is also, it's almost like his games. Like you should, yeah, most of his games are great, but what do we remember? Hey, he threw a pick at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that press conference was. You couldn't see Joe Shad coming over the middle here with a question that was setting you up to be like, hey, Tua, think about them haters, dude, especially that Cam Newton, right? Huh? It's just like, oh, Tua should have been like, didn't hear it, didn't matter, and he could have just moved on. But like, no, it's appreciated.
He's pissed though.
Cool.
He's pissed.
All right, but do you remember last year? Remember when we had a thing last year with Tua where we were going through the run of can't catch a snap. Him and Aaron Brewer just couldn't get on the same page. And Tua had the quote, that's so easy there, sitting on your couch eating your chips.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, don't say that. Like, just, you can feel it. I'm for you. That's cool. You can feel that on the inside. Like, hey, shut up. Don't act like you know what it's like to catch a snap. You're right. I probably don't know what it's like with Dexter Lawrence coming down, trying to catch a snap. But also, you're a professional. And so it's like, how do you not have the temperament of like, you know what? I should make this less of a thing. That's also part of it. It's not called QB and coach speak for nothing. And yeah, he almost weeded his way through it, but he just couldn't help himself.
But that quote goes viral like that because at the very end of the question, Joe Schad drops Cam Newton in the question.
Which is fine. It's a fair question.
Oh, no. I'm not taking issue with Joe Schad's question, but it was like a minute-long question or 30-second long question. It wasn't really about Cam Newton. It was just one example where he brought up Cam Newton. Tua's response, I don't think, was a direct response to what Cam Newton had said. It was a general response to criticism about how he's played compared to his contract.
Right.
And it got taken out of context, in my opinion, where people are saying, look at what Tua said to Cam Newton. And I heard Cam Newton's response, and I thought it was measured. I thought Cam Newton understood with the context of the question that he was speaking in generalities, and people made it a Tua versus Cam Newton thing.
Well, I think it is an interesting thing, right? Like, because this getting into what Cam has said, right? Which, you know, Cam has before said, like, hey, Tua is not a game changer. He's a game manager. He's put that out there before. But there's most recent criticism about when the overly dramatic montage about he likes quiet Tua. He likes Alabama Tua. And I do think it's interesting because I do feel like this goes back to the extension time of the Show Me the Money. I know it was a joke, and he got a lot of applause for getting his victory lap over Brian Flores. And people gave him a lot of applause, myself included. I was like, I'm happy for Tua. He gets to have a little bit of a victory lap. But it is almost like he's taken that and like he hasn't known when to put the brakes on it. Like he's just been full gas on going after his critics, full go. And I do think like there are times where you just need to be like, you know what? We're 0-3 right now. Shouldn't make this more of a thing. And I think that's where it's like, I don't want people come in here and be like, oh, I saw a lot of excuses from the people in the media who are like, you guys didn't hear the whole thing. He was really accountable. It's like he needs to know at his age and how much experience it is and having a microphone in front of him every single week, what is going to bring controversy and what is not. And if he is, don't make apologies for him. He should know at this point. But he likes to claim, I don't hear any of this stuff. I bury my head in the sand and I don't know what's a thing or when it's not a thing. When it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, you're obviously have to know that everything you've said is a thing since you've walked into the NFL.
That's the dumbest thing you've ever heard. I want to make this. That's the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Okay,
like, are you kidding me? I never hear any of it. Okay, dude. Sure.
But are you inferring that since Tua got paid, like that's been enough for him to run his victory lap against everybody and be like, look, I got paid because I do. It's fair to draw that line to since Tua got paid, he hasn't cared too much about the results on the field when he's in front of a microphone. It's just constantly a reminder of like, hey, I did this and I got paid for doing this.
I don't even know if it's so much a got paid thing. Yes, the line of demarcation is getting paid, but I think it's that he got paid because he was told for 2 years, you're a bum. You're not going to do anything from his previous coach. And like, once he got to the other side of it and it was basically roses and he got a lot of applause for it, he thought that the speed of it always should be, oh, I should just be, because I remember being at those press conferences where I was at the I don't not feel wanted press conference. I remember feeling terrible for him. I'm like, this guy, I feel so bad for Tua. This organization, this coach is leaving this guy out to dry. And it's not fair that he's the only one who truly has to answer honestly for what he's feeling right now. But I also think that, you know, when you're the mouth of a team and everyone is going to look to you, you should have some awareness of like, is this going to be a place I should go? And for the life of me, it's just like, nah, I'm just shooting from the hip. And I don't necessarily think that it always calls for shooting from the hip when you're him.
But he's pissed. And I think, you know, he's getting in front of a microphone. He's being asked about people criticizing him. And Tobin, this is a guy that got paid based on what he did in 2023 and can't get back to that version of the guy in 2023, whether it's the injuries, which he spoke openly about, whether it's, you know, the roster, whether it's whatever it is, the fact that maybe him and his number one option on the team just don't F with each other anymore. All these things, and the fact that they're losing and that he was hurt last season, all these things, they have to be killing him. Like they genuinely have to be killing him. and he's pissed because everybody's seemingly running a victory lap because he's failing, and he's pissed off about it.
That's fine, but your line can't always be, well, it's a lot easier than it's a lot easier than it looks. It's like
it's a lot harder. Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks. Like, all right, cool.
No, I mean, I get you,
win.
man.
I guess that's your trump card.
I get you, because the second you hear that quote, you're like, uh-oh, this one's leading. Like, they made sure to have Cam Newton on First Take Friday morning. Like, they knew what they were doing. But I do think, that comes with the territory of being 0-3. That comes with the territory of losing. If the Dolphins were 3-0 and he said that, it wouldn't have been a story. But because they're 0-3, he's being asked about how much money he's making and the lack of success that's come with it. And hey, if you're going to answer honestly, get ready for the backlash.
Can't believe you didn't see that coming. Just like the linebackers, dude. It's crazy. One guy that he will see, hopefully, today is Darren Waller. Darren Waller's going to make his Dolphins debut. We've all been waiting for it. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Gameday Uncensored, by the way, brought to you by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Take a break. Get into the Dolphins' new weapon. Coming up after this. And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day, Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana as we get you ready for this Week 4 matchup against the New York Jets. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today. Brittany, before we, I want to get into some Darren Waller. What did you think of the Tua press conference this past week?
Well, I argued pretty hard with it with Leroy on Friday. I'm not gonna lie. No,
because Leroy came to his defense.
Of course he did.
Brittany, you're a beaten down Dolphins fan, correct?
I really am.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I've only been alive for 25 years, and that's been the worst time for the Dolphins. So you can only imagine how I feel.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, should I have picked a different team? But no, I feel like I understand what Solana was saying, that he did take a lot of accountability for what he's done wrong in the beginning half of it, but you negate all of that, and the only thing that people are going to hear is the part where you tell them that it is harder than it looks. You guys don't understand what I'm going through. That's not what fans want to hear at the end of the day, and that's not what the media wants to hear, because it makes you sound pompous and it makes you sound like you actually aren't taking accountability for how you feel.
And I think that this is the thing, is like we live in a bite-sized world now. Like it's almost like the damage is done. Like once you don't realize that, it's going to turn into a Bleacher Report.
Right, but what do you prefer? Look, and I'm not saying you're wrong. And Brittany, you're 100% right. Tobin, everything he said is negated at the end. He throws that interception when he calls out, critics and whatever. I understand it, and I understand the world we live in and how media gets consumed.
Yep.
But nothing Tua can say right now. Tua could get up into a microphone and put all the blame on himself and say, I'm not playing good enough. Every question can be asked, and he can say, I'm not playing good enough. And fans are still going to be upset.
Hard to say. I don't know what that's like, because every time there's a press conference, there's always an exit ramp.
It's why I just
I would like to know what that's like. That's good. That would be good.
I'm just trying to present the picture, which is for people who are looking at that clip, a 17-second response and saying, oh my God, this Tua, how could he say that? Why doesn't he just take accountability for not playing well? He is taking accountability for not playing well. And I'm not even a Tua defender. Like I've for the past couple of years, I've been a bit of a Tua detractor, but I'm willing to look at the full picture and say, hey, let's not take a 17-second audio bite and just assume that the guy is telling everybody with double middle fingers to bleep off.
It'd be like being proud of Vincent van Gogh for painting a beautiful painting.
What are you talking about?
Taking his deal out and whizzing on it, dude. Like that's the whole point. Like you can't just be like, oh man, I mostly had a good press conference. You either have a good press conference or not. That's why there's media relations. Like they were like, hey, you kind of blew that one, dude, at the end. Like, that's the whole point.
Sorry, bro.
Is no one PR training him? Is my question. Like, come on.
No, I think Tua's like, I got this. Like,
I think they are. I think they are PR training him. The problem is honest Tua gets in trouble in front of the microphone. We've known this for a while. When he drops a brother, which he didn't even do. When he drops a brother, he's about to literally be as honest as he's ever been in his entire life.
Well, be honest with me here. What are you expecting from Darren Waller tonight?
Nothing. We did on the Hawk and Crowder show and Solana show, we did projections for Darren Waller, and like Hawk has him with 350 yards and 8 touchdowns tonight, obviously.
Right,
but no, I mean, I said it: 2 targets, 0 catches, 0 receptions. I'm sorry, man. I've been very, very confused with the entire Darren Waller thing. They wanted to slow track him back, but we don't want him to get any sort of playing time in preseason. We want to have him ready for week 1, and then he's not ready for week 1, and now it's week 4, and you're just expecting this to be break glass in case of emergency, out for Tua, some help underneath, and I like the idea of it, Tobin. This guy hasn't played football in 22 months, so I'm look, today I'm not expecting much. I'm just not.
Here was Darren Waller. This was him during the week talking about his recovery and saying that it took longer than he hoped.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely see that it's a process that has been a lot longer than I would have liked, people with the team would have liked, and, got to deal with the reality of situations like this rather than what I wish I could have been. And, I'm grateful to still have the opportunity to play in a football game on Monday. I'm really looking forward to it.
He is plus 475 for an anytime touchdown tonight.
That's low, is it not?
Yeah.
Plus 475.
You want to know who's up there? Julian Hill. Back to plus 1,100. I might be back tonight, baby.
Have you seen the stats for the Dolphins tight ends this season? It's like 4 receptions for 43 yards total. Do
you want to know what his over-under is today?
In receiving yards?
Yeah.
Darren Waller?
Yeah.
7.5.
Oh, pretty good. 9.5.
Yeah.
9.5.
I mean, Tua just hasn't gotten the ball to the tight ends, period.
No.
Well, how do you think this goes, though? So, okay, Darren Waller comes out. Do you think there's a Darren Waller package? And we did this a lot with Jonnu Smith last year. You know, I was all in on Jonnu Smith, Paul's up, FIU guy. But it took a while, I would say around this time, for Jonnu Smith to really kind of break out onto the scene with the Dolphins.
Agreed.
And I kept saying, how do you not have some sort of Jonnu package? Like, you brought him in here to be your starting tight end. We know he can make plays. Why aren't they running plays for Jonnu? And then, you know, it seemed like that kind of finally came to fruition. Do you think there's a Jonnu Smith package, or do you think there's specific plays dialed up to get, Darren Waller package,
right.
specific plays dialed up to get him into the flow of the offense? Or is this just kind of like, hey, first game back, go out there, go through the motions, run your routes, but like, we're not gunning for you today?
I gotta feel like there's got to be, especially in the red zone, you think there's got to be something for him, right? Like the thing that is, and we'll get to McDaniel's comments here in a second, is like, yeah, he's different from the other guys. So I have to feel like they have gotten to this point. They're 0-3. They've had a little extra time here. I know he hasn't taken any hits, so that's kind of like a interesting dynamic too. Is like, what if he gets thumped and like all of a sudden
can he block?
Yeah, I don't. That's not really his thing. That's kind of like how he fell out of favor in New York. But he is a moose. This was McDaniel on what Waller adds for Tua.
Well, I would say he's probably just off the hoof. He's the opposite of the eligibles that we have outside of Nick. You know, he's just gigantic range and catch radius, and he's a very big human being that moves really fast. So, you know, I think he has his own set of skill sets, but he's definitely, we all know of the name Darren Waller because he is unique in his skill set in general. So I think he brings a dynamic participator in 11 on 11 football, and whether he's has the ball or he's if he's just on the field, I think defenses have to account for him.
So yes, I guess he's going to add something for him.
I hope. Do you believe that statement at the very end? If he's on the field, defenses have to account for him. Genuinely, or do you think the New York Jets defensively are saying, "Hey, Darren Waller's active tonight. That is a risk." Or I'm sorry, that's a threat against us.
I think if you lose to Darren Waller, I think they're going to be like, "Oh, we'll live with that." Like that's at least early on. Like I guess in the red zone, you're going to account for him for sure. But like I think if he's out there, do you think Aaron Glenn has spent a lot of time this week being like, "Man, we gotta account for this guy"? No, like I think we're going to see like if they get 10 yarded to death by Darren Waller, I think they're going to live with it. That's kind of what teams did last year with Jonnu Smith, and Jonnu had a good year.
4 receptions, 37 yards total this season for Dolphins tight ends. 3 for 33 to Tanner Connor, 1 reception for 4 yards for Julian Hill, our guy who we spent a lot of money on last year betting anytime touchdown. That doesn't include the 2-point conversion, which he technically caught in the end zone against Indianapolis, so it doesn't count there. But
I think I'm going to bet him tonight, though. Just for old times.
Julian Hill, anytime touchdown?
Yeah, I think I am.
So your strategy here is when the Dolphins incorporate another tight end, you're going to bet him to score a touchdown.
Element of surprise. Like, I think you put them both out there, right? 2 tight end set, and then you're just like, we're going to go with Julian Hill on this one. No one's going to expect it.
If the Dolphins are running 2 tight end sets with Julian Hill and Darren Waller tonight, we've got bigger issues, man. I promise
we do have bigger issues. We have a lot of issues, dude. We got to You got to go out here. You got to throw the kitchen sink at them.
Hey, I hope, and I'm not rooting against Darren Waller. I genuinely hope he can have an impact for this team because I think
it would be nice.
You need that help for Tua, just like that safety blanket. Where we understand that right now, and we didn't get to the comments, but Tua was very open about the fact that he's dealing with some ankle stuff, and we talked about before going into Thursday Night Football. Kyle Crabb's pointing out, his ankles click before he throws the ball, like his footwork just isn't the same. Schematically, something's off with Tua, and if he can't get that deep ball to Tyreek Hill, which we're all begging for, even though Jalen Waddle looked a little bit more involved in the offense, you'd like that big target underneath to be able to help Tua to evade some of these dangerous situations that have led to turnovers or have just led to bad passes. So I really hope this works for Miami, but I'm just having a hard time coming to the point where he's brought in, slow played, not playing in preseason, hip injury, out for the first 3 weeks. Hey, Monday Night Football, Darren Waller, he's going to be productive in the offense. I'm struggling with that timeline today, Toby.
You should be. You should be struggling with that. Well, why would you have faith in that? It's a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing that we're basically, it's a coin toss. We're just like, yeah, maybe. I mean, I can't say no, it won't happen because crazy things happen in sports, but likely, probably not. Probably.
But red zone threat, I mean, I can buy into that.
Sure.
I can buy into that.
Sure.
But
get to the red zone.
I mean, it'll probably just be a throw out to the flat to behind the line of scrimmage.
H-N, save me!
H-N, go run over 7 guys in front of you.
Please, H-N! H-N is he's gonna be in an Australian tent in a year because they've just run him into the ground.
It would be so fitting today if Darren Waller caught 2 passes for -3 yards. Like it would be so fitting.
H-N's like, after this, he's like, I gotta go see Ricky Williams. They really just threw me into the ground this year. Save me, H-N. Take a break. We will get into some of those comments that Solano was talking about when it came to Tua Tagovailoa and his health, and also a new nickname for Malik Washington. Back after this. And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana as we're getting you ready for Monday Night Football. Dolphins and Jets Week 4. Miami Dolphins have not been active in a long time. Today they will debut their rivalry uniforms.
The helmets look sweet, man. I mean, the unis do look sweet.
I think they look good. I'm just confused by why people are trying to tell me they're not a color they are.
No,
they look. I like them. I have nothing against the uniforms. I don't like. Who's people buying right now? Are they still buying cheetahs? Like, who do you buy right now?
I don't know. We had this debate. Like, what jersey are you buying?
Chop.
You can go Chop. I mean, Zach Sealer, Devon Achane.
I was happy we got the Waddle back. That made me happy.
Oh yeah,
that made me.
I thought of you.
It just was vibes, dude. I was happy that he brought it back.
And
I hope
he played well.
He played well. Yeah, I hope now we could just get a Fins for the win. Like that's what I love when he does that bit. He's got great bits. This Jalen Waddle.
I'm happy that we got Jalen Waddle a little action in the last two games. If you're looking for positives, I know it's tough to do when you're 0-3. Jalen Waddle being involved in the offense is huge, and the fact that he's played 3 straight games because he's been on the injury report every single game going into it. So, yeah,
it is that time on Game Day Uncensored where we will go through some of the sounds of the week. We like to call this echolocation.
It's time for echolocation.
That is how Dolphins communicate.
It's okay to be called out as long as you change your behavior.
What's 1,000 yards if it's not like a winning season?
They talk, we do.
Echolocation.
Send it in. Probably take that soundbite out from Bradley Chubb's sounding a bit stupid.
They talk, we do.
We'll start off with, as our big voice called him, Malik Washington. Malik Washington has a nickname given to him by Mike McDaniel, and he's not that thrilled with it.
Back on being a wide receiver involved in the run game, I wonder if Mike got you to watch any Deebo Samuel tape or someone who had success under McDaniel and San Francisco doing that.
Calls me Malibo every now and then. I don't like it. I don't like it. But no, I mean, like I've watched some Deebo Samuel's tape, and I mean, he's probably one of the best at just going into the backfield and making plays happen. So he's been a huge guy I've looked up to, and as far as what he does in the run game, how versatile he is, kick returns. You saw he had a big one this past weekend. So I mean, he's playing great, and I kind of want to, just not necessarily follow in those footsteps, but kind of create my own game in that sense and be as versatile.
Have been going with Malik Washington anytime touchdown along with Zach Sealer sack, which is not paid out for me in a parlay. I will try it again today, banging my head against the wall. But what do we think of Mike McDaniel calling him Malibo?
Malibo. I like it, man. I genuinely do. I like it. He plays a similar role. There's a reason why I looked up to him. The Dolphins use him in a similar fashion. I'm a fan. Sign me up for Malibo. I'm a fan.
Mike McDaniel just telling me, it's just wear it around the store a little bit. You might like it. Feel it out a little bit. Don't say no yet. Just feel that out.
Malik Washington is interesting because he's uber talented,
right?
And if he was on another team that didn't have so many speedsters, you feel like they'd be able to incorporate him a little bit more. It just so happens that he's like option number 4, and he presents some of the same skill set as some of these other guys that the Dolphins have. But I think everybody's a fan of Malik Washington.
Absolutely. I definitely am. Jalen Phillips, he's still looking to get on the board with a sack this season, and of course is in a big way. There was some trade rumors that have kind of popped up around Jalen Phillips, but he says he's not sweating no sacks yet for this season.
It's easy to lose track of what's important. Obviously this is a production game. It's a what have you done for me lately game. And so, obviously with the sacks comes, a lot of the attention or the praise or, whatever the case is. And so it's easy when you're not getting the production numbers to let that, temporarily discourage you or just kind of question, why am I not making these plays? Why am I not? But when you take a step back, when I personally take a step back and look at each game, I feel like I've improved each game. And that's really all you can do is just focus on getting better. And so, like I said, I know those things will come. My first 2 years in the league, I didn't have a sack until week 4 and, ended up kind of getting streaky. So, that's not something I'm worried about right now. Obviously, it'll be great to start getting those sack numbers, but I'm more important with I'm more concerned with just doing my job within the defense and getting better every week.
All right. You worried at all about Jalen Phillips' production thus far?
I mean, it's hard not to be worried. I'm not pressing the panic alarm. I also don't think the Dolphins should trade him because if you're looking into the future, I understand there's a contract situation at play, but I feel like everybody in Miami likes JP.
Mm-hmm.
To me, no tackles for loss is also a bit more concerning. Forget the sacks. Bradley Chubb has 3. You want Jalen Phillips to get the sacks, but 0 tackles for loss. Like that is that to me is more concerning. Coming off 2 major injuries, hard not to be a little concerned with the lack of production.
Yeah, it's also an interesting thing too because it's like, if the season does go down, you will look at the Dolphins as sellers. Like there are going to be people, and the buzzards start circling. Tyreek Hill rumors obviously aren't going to go anywhere, but it's hard not to look at that plethora of pass rushes the Dolphins have, even if it's Matthew Judon and people being like, yeah, we could use that, especially if somebody goes down. So I don't necessarily know if that goes away if the Dolphins don't start winning. Those rumors won't go anywhere.
The thing is that like you have to value some of your guys and say, okay, if we want to keep building, right? Like we're not trying to tear this entire team down. Like there's some guys you want to keep. And I think when you look at the Dolphins pass rushers, you mentioned Matthew Judon and Bradley Chubb. Like those guys to me are a bit more in a position to be traded than Jalen Phillips, just because you drafted him and it's a little bit different from played at Miami. But it wouldn't surprise me if all 3 of those guys ultimately weren't here next season.
Jalen Waddle, the other Jalen, he was discussing the stakes of this 0-3 matchup against the New York Jets, and he says, listen, both teams need this game bad.
I went out there. We had a bonus practice. I think it was very, very beneficial to us. I think we just had a lot of time to reflect over the 3 games with a little break. And yeah, man, we ready to get in the win column, and we got a great task in front of us, a hard task in front of us, and a great team, and the Jets, and both want to get a win, so it's going to be a great game.
Man, whoever does lose this one, especially the Dolphins, though, woof, it's going to be something. The Jets, I mean, listen, New York's going through a rough football patch as it is just as a city with them and the Giants, though Jackson Dart did win yesterday.
He did. Yeah, well, I'm looking at the highlights right now. And Brian Daboll was like about to make out with him on the field.
Him. Yeah, I was like, oh, calm down, dude.
I want another big Waddle game. Like I want this to continue.
I love when he plays well.
I don't know if Tyreek and Tua, I don't know if that relationship will ever be repaired. It hasn't looked terrible this season on the field. It obviously hasn't looked great, but Tua to Waddle, like there's still something special about that connection.
I do have a Tyreek Hill thing that I want to get to, but we don't have time this segment. But Tua, this is you alluded to these comments, and this definitely was one that like stood out. I was like, oh, didn't make me feel great. And this was discussing where he's at physically as compared to where he was at Alabama, and he was basically like, yeah, never going to be that guy.
I think as I look back at Alabama, and then as I was getting ready to come to the NFL, I think one of the biggest changes and differences that I felt would have been some of the surgeries that I've had, that I can kind of feel some of the residuals within my ankles. And, I was running a little different when I was at Alabama, and, it's just not the same. And that, I think that's normal given the surgeries and everything that comes with the sport, right?
Oof.
If it wasn't for the Cam Newton comment, that would have been the headline, the clickbait stuff from this past week, because he's admitting to you, and it's sad. He's admitting to you he's not the same guy.
Oh, I mean, but the other thing that's crazy is he did the same thing about the hip last year, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about the ankles too. He really had a lot of injuries coming into the league, huh?
And in the league.
And
remember, he had broken ribs.
Yep.
He had a broken finger, I think, at one point that
true.
made him miss a game his rookie season or his second season.
But I was wondering with the hip, because the hip thing happened last year, and I was like, that's like I'm like that to me was like the thing, like is that all the way back, or is he? Because he also mentioned this presser about like how he's protecting himself or playing with a tilt at protecting himself, which I understand. I don't want him unavailable, But I mean, it's yeah, you hear that and you're just like, oh, all right.
Do you think that there's an element though, Tobin, where it's just been hardwired into his brain, like, hey, you can't get hit, you can't get hit, you can't get hit, and like psychologically, I don't know, it's almost like he's not letting himself be the guy he knows he can be because it's just been hardwired into him, like you cannot get hit,
can't play free. Something to it. I don't think you're crazy on that for sure. That is echolocation. We will take a break here on Game Day Uncensored and get into a little bit of the head coach, Mike McDaniel, who is still getting the backing of Stephen Ross. But what if things do turn ugly tonight? Or can he get things back on track? Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this. And welcome back, everybody. It's another hour here of Game Day, Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM, streaming live on your Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. And if you guys want to watch us, we're available for you on YouTube, 104.3 WQAM, and on Twitch, Miami, 104.3 WQAM is the handle there. Omar Kelly's going to join us in about an hour. We will check in with Omar live, boots on the ground at Hard Rock Stadium, as I'm sure everybody's getting ready to arrive at the Rock and get ready for this Monday Night Football matchup against the New York Jets. Always, I mean, listen, no matter the time, no matter the place, no matter the record, no matter the race, F the Jets, you know?
Dolphins Jets is perfectly positioned following Marlins knocking the Mets out of the playoffs. So you have New York fans in Miami, the stinking Mets get bounced from postseason contention because of the Marlins. And now the Dolphins, at the very least, can send Jets fans back to New York and their water with the bagels as the worst team in the division. Like,
very proud of their bagels.
I would take that back-to-back dubs for the city of Miami in these 2 days against New York fans. Anytime, any day, sign me up for that.
Oh, 100%, dude. Like, it's going to be one of those things where not only that, you know, the whole jet up thing, you can get them sad tomorrow. That would be great. But, you know, because the other side of this is if they don't win, maybe there's light next week. But, like, once you're 1-4 against Carolina, you're like, I don't know.
There's no light.
There's no light. If you can win tonight, you can actually start saying, be like, all right, we can work our way out of this. You know, we could at least find a way. This is a month that Solana could give them the opportunity to put everything that happened behind them. They could, you know, I mean, this is one of those where you're like, all right, it's not great right now. In fact, it's terrible. But if they could just get themselves 1 week at a time out of this stink, you know, maybe they will have a chance to right the ship.
Look, I mean, I hate doing this because we did it with the Colts and then the Patriots. We're like, oh, okay, 2-0 to start 2-0 to start the season. So I hate doing this. But Panthers, Chargers lost to the Giants, so they're vulnerable. You're at home that game.
Probably won't have Alt. I think Alt has a high ankle sprain, so that's 2 of their tackles to start the year out.
No. I mean, they're banged up. And then even Browns, Falcons, even Tobin, that game against the Baltimore Ravens. Now, I'm not out on Baltimore just because they're 1-3. They've had a tough ass schedule, as tough as anybody, but they're beatable, right? So you get to a point where you have some rhythm, and that becomes a game where it's not just an automatic L, which we all expect it to be at this point. So all this to say,
task at hand.
The month of October
right
isn't like this uphill, impossible climb for the Dolphins. But again, you start 0-4, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't, because you're last in the division. You've lost to every divisional opponent. So like, what? Even if you go 4-4, like you're 0-4. You're 0-4. I mean,
right. It's
done.
I don't even know what it's already a ridiculous comeback to the playoffs from 0-3. I don't even know what it is 0-4. Probably like impossible. But here's Mike McDaniel on the Dolphins sitting in their 0-3 stink, getting ready to go out there and finally play.
As it relates to the next opponent, I think it has been beneficial. I think the guys always after a Thursday night game, you know, it's such a taxing endeavor for their bodies. So I think it was a good weekend spent for us to get back to work, because you know, I'm never mad at people having better perspective on how important the work week is, and you lose on Thursday night and you have to sit on it all weekend. That gets people as motivated as you could hope going into the next opponent, which is what we absolutely need to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, man, it does feel like they've been 0-3 for a long time now. This has been a long wait to get back here, and man, do they need a win to turn around everything. Because Solana, I know that the thing that's been out there has been Stephen Ross, very patient, doesn't want to fire Mike McDaniel. Like, I think it's in his bones. He's like, I really don't want to do this. But the one thing that you can't hide from, we could talk about media spins and we could talk about press conference and narratives and all that stuff. The one thing that owner and organization cannot hide from is pissed off fans in their building. And we already got a little taste of that in New England. Those fans are ready to boo from jump. And I kind of feel like that's still there here too. Like we're going to get there. And if it doesn't get off to a good start, these fans are going to be antsy, man.
Well, you're there, right? Because you had the banner. Once you've got the banner going, you're there. Right. Now, do people stop coming to the stadium? You know, my take on that, Tobin, I just don't think it's as big of a reality as a lot of fans think it is.
They've been cheap, though. Tickets are getting cheap.
Oh, yeah. But it's easy for somebody who doesn't go to games, who sits at home, or maybe they're fans out of the city of Miami or out of the state of Florida, to say, stop going to football games. But the reality is, like, again, this is embedded in the culture of sports fandom. People go to Dolphins games. This, to me, is not that game, unless it's catastrophically bad, which you never know. But this, to me, is not that game. This stadium is going to be 50-50 Dolphins-Jets fans. It just is what it is when the Dolphins play the Jets. 50-50.
You think so?
That's just the way it is, though. It doesn't matter if the Dolphins are great and the Jets suck, or if the Dolphins suck and the Jets are great.
Why would the Jets fan travel to go to this game?
Because the Jets fan lives in South Florida.
It's really just get the hell out of here.
I'm not celebrating it. I'm just telling you the facts. Like, it's going to be 60-40, 50-50, as it always is, because that's the way that this city, this area, the Tri-County area is set up. You've got Jets fan already in the area, so they're going to go to the game. Like, I mean, it is what it is. So this, to me, is not that game. Again, unless it gets embarrassing and Justin Fields, has his way with the Dolphins and it looks bad. But to me, nobody has more pressure on them going into this game than Mike McDaniel, because, Tobin, we talked about 0-3, 11 days off between Thursday Night Football and Monday Night Football. Perfect opportunity to usher in the interim head coach, whoever it is. Take your pick on whoever it was going to be. And you can't, if you're Mike McDaniel, have that like kind of moral victory where even us, we're celebrating the fact that good game plan, we don't put the loss on Mike McDaniel on Thursday Night Football. You can't follow that up with a stinker. You can't follow that up with how it looked against Indianapolis, where you have turnovers early on. The offense looks inept. You can't follow that up with how it looked against New England at home, where the Boo Birds come out, not because people wanted to boo you, but because you gave them a reason to boo you. So to me, like, this game specifically, as much as I've kind of defended Mike McDaniel on the show today, there's a lot of pressure on him to once again look competent as a head coach, put his team in a position to succeed early in this game.
Well, I think that's the thing, though, is like, I know that it's not in the nature. I feel like the tenor on this team is flipped on that. Like, I do feel like people are ready to voice their frustration. I think the hard paying customers who are tailgating, I think they're tired of being a joke. Like, I think there's a lot of fans that did want to buy into this, and there's a lot of fans that were hoping that this iteration of the Dolphins, like the last optimistic ones, I think they feel embarrassed, and I think they're ready to boo. So, like, I hope that's the case, because I think that this should set them up better. But I don't know, like, because they've come out so lethargic in all of these games. That's the other thing, is like, man, nobody could use the first turnover of the season being a pick six, something crazy like Kenneth Grant batting a ball like they had at the Giants game yesterday, just to get the crowd fired up, get them on their side. Because if it doesn't, I do feel like there's going to be this like teeteringness of, I'm ready to kind of boo your ass and be pissed off.
It's why that first drive against Buffalo was huge. Kind of set the tone offensively for the game. Dolphins go right down, they score a touchdown, and they were at the very least like in it in that stage of the game. You can't have one of these slow starts again, man, especially at home. The weather's pristine today. It's nighttime. You can't even complain about the heat. You've got the jerseys going for you. You've got the cool end zones. You've got the cool new vibes going on at the stadium. Like, you can't have this start where you're questioning what the hell's going on here. Like, what game plan is being executed here? I just don't think today's the game. Again, unless it gets bad. I don't think this is the game where you're gonna have bench to a chance. Like, I don't think it is.
We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More to come after this. Oh, man. Welcome back, everybody. It's game day. Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here alongside Alejandro Solana. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today as we get you ready for Dolphins and Jets Monday Night Football here, week 4 of the NFL season. Solana, anything that stood out to you from yesterday? Anything on the Sunday slate that really – we had, of course, the much-anticipated Micah Parsons Dallas Cowboys showdown, which ended in a tie, which, God, I hate ties. I saw that we had that in one of the opens. They're like, unless it ends in a tie. I'm like, don't put that in the ether. Could you imagine if we have to leave? Tomorrow we have to do a week of the Dolphins are 0-3-1.
It would be poetic for this game, wouldn't it? Two 0-3 teams, Monday Night Football, and they tie. It would be very, very poetic. I was going to tell you, the tie stood out to me because I hate ties. It seems ridiculous that game yesterday ends in a tie. We talked about the Ravens going down 1-3.
That's pretty crazy.
Defensively, they're in shambles. And then I loved, the Titans losing 26-0 to the Texans, and Cam Ward's like, we're ass.
Yeah, we are ass. I'm just. He's probably looking at you think he tunes in and he's just looking at his guys on Saturday. He goes, oh, I miss college. I'm sure he's happy. He's fulfilling an NFL dream. That's great. But man, every time I see him, he's running for his life. Every Cam Ward highlight is him running to the other side of the field and having to heave the ball across his body to make some incredible throw because it seems like he's just running for his life the entire time. But 26-0, they got shut out.
Yeah, they got blown out.
Oof.
Yeah, they got run off the field, and credit to Cam. We're ass. He's right. They're ass.
Do you wonder at all? All right, I was thinking about this. So I watched yesterday. I watched Eagles and Bucks.
Yeah,
Eagles still unbeaten. The Bucks almost came back, almost did their Bucks thing. But I saw after the game that A.J. Brown not too happy with his role there because the Eagles are awesome, but they're not necessarily explosive. And it feels to me like A.J. Brown is bored. And he's been unhappy there for a long time. And I thought to myself, what if
okay,
the Dolphins
you reeled me in,
gave up the Eagles, give them a little call, and just be like, hey, seems like your diva wide receiver not too happy over there.
Mm-hmm.
We also have a diva wide receiver who you guys could add to the fold over there. Problem for problem, but a fresh start. And, he brings a little bit of an element that's different to the Dolphins. No baggage between Tyreek Hill, Tua Tagovailoa. You get a fresh start. Tua's got a new toy to play with. He's a little bigger, doesn't have to be as perfect. Add something a little different dynamic. Do you think either side would go for a Tyreek Hill for A.J. Brown switcheroo?
So this is your fix to the Dolphins' problems. Just go out and get another disgruntled superstar, another disgruntled whale.
Well, here's the thing. He's already won.
Aren't you sick of chasing whales, Tobin?
No. And also, I understand why you would say that, and I understand that this seems ridiculous, but here's the thing. Sometimes winning doesn't cure happiness. And it's very clear to me that A.J. Brown isn't happy with just being on a perennial winner. Now, you may say this, well, Tobin, would you want then somebody with the opinion of or the behavior of a loser to be on your team? And to that, I just say, I'm just trying to have some fun, baby, and try and fix what seems like a situation that's not great right now.
So are you done with Tyreek Hill?
No, I'm not done with him, but I'm just I think the Tyreek Hill Tua dynamic, does it not feel broken? It feels broken.
Oh, for sure.
It's nothing against Tyreek Hill. Obviously, Tyreek Hill comes with his own baggage and problems. So I'm just saying, fresh start for him, fresh start for A.J. Brown, little something different. I don't know. I just thought about it. I was like, he doesn't seem happy there, but I don't know who's going to go out and trade for A.J. Brown unless you have your own A.J. Brown situation that you could just say, why don't we see if this works out?
I don't hate it. Honestly, I don't hate it. I mean, nobody really thinks Tyreek Hill has a long-term future left in Miami. I don't hate your idea. A.J. Brown has no problem skipping out on media stuff, going straight to the Twitter fingers. He he has no problems with it. Maybe he would relish a fresh start elsewhere. But here's the problem with A.J. Brown. He's upset because his quarterback doesn't throw the ball more than 10 yards. And is he going to be comfortable coming to another situation where the quarterback doesn't throw the ball more than 10 yards?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That is an issue. But I think but here's the thing. I think with A.J. Brown's situation, it's because, well, they have Saquon. They like to run the ball. They are a physical, boring team. And he looks at the Dolphins and he goes, funsies. Like he could be the new toy that kind of sparks up the Dolphins again. And so he's coming in kind of like flare shooting out of his ass. He goes, I'm ready here. I'm ready to party here.
He's got the Super Bowl ring already.
Right.
He's gotten the bag. It's not your worst idea. It's really not. But here's another flaw in your potential trade. They kind of have a Tyreek Hill-esque player, don't they, in Devontae Smith? So, I mean, they're kind of giving up some of their physicality in the receiving core to go out and get another speedster, which they kind of already have. I'm not saying Devontae Smith and Tyreek Hill are the same player,
right,
but they're similar.
Oh, listen, I think I would like the Devontae. Like if you were saying there would be an opportunity to get Devontae Smith, I would like that too. But Devontae Smith seems like a delight. He doesn't seem like he's a disruptive at all.
You got the Bama connection.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Him and Tua, the old connection, Slim Reaper. That was the guy I originally wanted them to draft when they took Waddle. I made a parody song about it. I used a Cafe Bustelo thing as my cowbell because it was Dolphins please pick Slim Reaper, and my cowbell was a Cafe Bustelo can. Anyway, bits aside, he's not a pain in the ass. So I'm just trying to look at this and be like, when do the Eagles get tired of him being a pain in the ass? And the Dolphins tired of the Tyreek Hill thing this week. Didn't he miss another day of practice or something? I don't know what the hell happened.
There was a video of him with his dad.
Right. Good for him. It's be good, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, maybe we could just do a little switcheroo and everybody's happy. I don't know.
Listen, man, it's not your worst idea. I'll say that. It's not your worst idea. I like A.J. Brown. I don't know if A.J. Brown wants to come to a team that's not in playoff contention, though. I just think that is the biggest issue here. It's easy to be grumpy and it's easy to be upset when your team is undefeated. You're coming off a Super Bowl and you're like, hey, what about me? What about me? People don't want to put up with that BS if you're on a team that's 0-3, as evidenced by everything that's going on with the Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill missing a practice, which seemingly should not be a big deal. But it is because the Dolphins are 0-3.
Yeah, I know. Listen, it probably would be like, hey, don't we want less drama here? But my feeling is like, oh no, like he'll get the ball a lot. Like I think that there's just the way that they'll go with it.
Hey, listen, man, you could definitely argue that Tua Tagovailoa would be better served with a big target, like a legitimate number one receiver, like A.J. Brown, who physically is imposing. You could argue like that would be a huge help to Tua,
right,
instead of a bunch of speedsters who he can't throw in front of. Okay.
And then you got Malik Washington, who can then get into his more speediness. And then I see Boss on YouTube is like, well, Hill's not the problem. Tua is. I understand, but nobody's trading for Tua. So like I'm trying to sit here. I'm trying to find people always say, why are you trading him? Why can't you trade? Well, grow up, Peter Pan. You can't trade Tua right now. Like I wish duh. So I'm trying to look at their situation and be like, well, I can't get rid of Tua because I can't get rid of Tua. So I'm looking at the situation and be like, well, all right, Tyreek Hill, is there something that there? Are you going to get anybody as good as A.J. Brown for Tyreek Hill? Probably not.
Has Tua had like a strong, tall wide receiver? Devontae Parker? Like, is that and strong is carrying a lot in that sentence, but like, has he had like that?
Him and
target?
Gesicki didn't vibe. Gesicki loved him some Fitzpatrick. So I don't know.
Mike McDaniel didn't like Mike Gesicki at all.
Oh man, no, he didn't. Remember they franchised him and they like barely used him.
Didn't use him at all. Didn't get anything for him either. His franchise tag ended and he ended up leaving, and that was that for Mike Gesicki. Tobin, you're kind of selling me on the A.J. Brown thing. I think we're all kind of under the assumption here that Tyreek Hill doesn't end the season on the Miami Dolphins.
So like we have the opportunity, like, oh, what do we get? A 5th round pick? F that. Why don't we go get A.J. Brown? See if it works.
Okay.
If it doesn't, then you trade A.J. Brown. Like, I think that's the way I would look at it.
Does A.J. Brown, who does he hate? Like Sirianni? Does he hate Jalen Hurts?
He seems to hate everybody. I don't know. Like, every time he's just like, if I'm not wanted here, and it's just like, I mean, like, I could understand that being exhausting where you're just like, because him and Jalen Hurts already didn't seem like they vibed. They won the Super Bowl, so you're like, all right, forget it. But then every game is like, I'm 6 yards today. Great. And he's just not happy with that. And look, it's a tale as old as time. The diva wide receiver who's not getting his numbers can wear on you, but like when it's wearing on you, when you haven't, when's the last time the Eagles lost a game? I can't even remember.
20-1 in their last 21 games.
Yeah. So he's just like, if I'm Nick Sirianni, who I don't like his face, but if I just like were to look at him and be like, you still unhappy? Hey, get out of here.
9 targets yesterday, 2 catches, 7 yards for A.J. Brown.
Oh my God.
I get why he's pissed, man. 9 targets, 2 catches.
Yeah. So
he's out there. He's doing cardio, basically.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure he'll end up somewhere else. Like that also feels like it doesn't end with him being on the Eagles. So I don't know. Just it's kind of like the whole Jalen Ramsey thing. It's like, hey, we at least got Minkah Fitzpatrick, who hasn't done anything here, but at least they took a shot.
Right.
Like I at least respected that.
Yeah.
Hey, you made the best out of a situation. You got a player. Worst comes to worst. Hey, maybe you could trade Minkah Fitzpatrick for something. I kind of like that idea. So Chris Greer, if you still have a job after this week, maybe kick the tires on that one.
Listen, he literally posted yesterday, if you're not welcome, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way.
Yeah.
That dude wants out of Philly.
100%. And you know what makes you feel better? Warm winters.
Nobody's complaining with that. Nobody.
Take a break here on Game Day Uncensored.
That's it. That's it.
No, that was it. That was
so the entire NFL slate yesterday, where we had mayhem in some places. Your biggest takeaway was, man, AJ Brown for Tyreek Hill. Sign me
that
up.
was what I thought. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was my thought. I was like, man, he's still pissed. I thought that would go away, but I was like, man, he really seems to hate it there.
9 targets.
Remember when they had
catches.
Didn't like one of their teammates come out? I think it was Brandon Graham. I think came out and he goes, yeah, those guys hate each other. And they're like, what? You're not supposed to say that.
It works in Philly, though. Everybody hates everybody. Sirianni's doing the bird to the fans. The fans boo him in the first game.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, it works. They just all hate each other, but they win.
Yep.
And in Miami, everybody hates each other and they lose.
Chad Johnson says, bro just went to chapel before the game yesterday. It was probably his favorite Bible verse. Nah, that's I hate it here. I know hate it here. Trust me, he hates it there. Take a break. More Game Day Uncensored after this. And welcome back. It's game day, uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Gives us some keys to the game here, brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall. Shop exceptional Cadillac offers now at the 3-time Cadillac Dealer of the Year, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Visit EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. You're always backed by Morse. We'll get to those keys to the game, but Solana, during the break,
hit me with it, Tobin. Come on, hit me with it.
Adam Beasley, our former Game Day Uncensored correspondent, and of course, longtime Miami Dolphins reporter, boots on the ground, has tweeted out a photo of the new banner. And here is what it is for our viewers. We're putting it up here, but it is a banner flying around Hard Rock. Help wanted, : new coach, new GM, new QB. And I've also gotten some of this on Instagram as well, so it looks as real as it gets. There you go. The Miami Dolphins dealing with their second banner in as many home games. Help wanted, new coach, new GM, new QB flying around the tailgates right now.
I didn't think we'd get a banner today. I know you tipped me off to it, but I didn't think we'd get a banner.
They've been working on it, dude. Like, listen, I will give the Dolphins fans credit for corresponding. Like, they seem to be all in this thing together, but it's just like, man.
Maybe I'm wrong, man. I was telling you I didn't think this would be the game where you'd get the you'd get the boos raining down. But if this doesn't go the way the Dolphins want it to go, you got a banner over the top of the stadium.
Dante has also sent me video of it. I'm gonna put that.
Yeah, I got the video as well. I'll post it right now. That's crazy. Look at that. Right over the top of the tailgate. That's 2 home games and 2 banners over the top of the tailgate.
Yeesh. Well, that's where we're at right now, dude.
They are. They're at that point. I'm sorry. Like,
no, they are.
I'm not necessarily somebody who's donating for a banner. Like, that's never been my move. I hate calling for anybody's job. And it's not what I'm doing here, but I understand the frustration because I'm there with everybody. We were joking earlier. Brittany, who's producing our broadcast, is 25 years old, lifelong Dolphins fan. This is what she knows. Just the best season she's ever had ended with the Dolphins losing in the first round of the Kansas City Chiefs and not having a shot at winning. And
that was the best season you've had, Brittany?
A Wildcat season, but 2008.
What was better, that or the Wildcat?
Well, I was only 8 years old, so I don't know that like I really was as invested as I am now. 2023 though was definitely the best season.
You've regressed. You've regressed since then with the same core that you doubled down on and paid. So I get it, man. I understand the frustration. It sucks that it's happening in September. Yep. I think that's the hard part to swallow. They're showing the fake spike. Marino. Sorry, I know our TV in your
no, it's okay.
Your view is no bueno.
Ooh, that's Goosey's right there.
Yeah.
Look how happy
we missed out on that, Brittany. We missed out on that.
Yeah, we did. My dad didn't let me forget about it. Don't you?
Oh no, they're showing the Monday Night Miracle.
I remember this. Yeah. But I mean, this is where that's
Schwarzenegger in the booth.
Wow,
the Dennis Miller era.
Yeah. I mean, this is where the fan base is at, man. Like, people are tired of this, which is, hey, let's remember the fake spike because those were the good memories. And it's September, and you're 0-3 in a season that had high expectations. I mean, this is what happens when you don't win and you're consistently allowing your organization to be mediocre, man. It's just it's the fallout from that.
Will Manso's tweeting out some photos. Big rooting section on the field for Jets tight end Mason Taylor, including his uncle Zach Thomas. Very proud family. I forgot about that today.
Jason Taylor, Jason Taylor's son.
Jason Taylor's son. He's going to score a touchdown against the
You think so?
I don't know. Probably.
I did see they were on a podcast together, Mason and Jason together, talking about this moment. JT gets to watch his son play at Hard Rock Stadium against the Dolphins. Still a little salty as a Jet. I got to be honest.
Yeah. Salty. Well, why would the Dolphins draft him though? Dolphins are just like tight ends in the draft. Nah.
No, we're good.
Tyler Warren, Mason Taylor. No thanks.
I don't know. I could handle Jason Taylor celebrating a Jets touchdown in Miami.
I know he's gonna be, because you got to feel like he's gonna have good seats. Right?
Oh, he's gonna be in a booth.
Going to be in a booth with Zach.
Yeah, he'll be in a booth. Well, with Zach.
Well, whatever the family dynamics are there. Yeah, I think like there's going to be some contingent there to go see him, and they're going to go there and you just be like, oh man, that hurts. But you understand it. I'm like, no ill will.
Oh no, I get it. It just, it stings, doesn't it?
It stings. It does sting. It does sting. It's a tough one to swallow for sure. That is certainly rough. All right, let us get to our actives, inactives, which are brought to you by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business, a 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate. Here are your actives and actives for the Miami Dolphins. No surprises here. Quinn Ewers is the emergency backup quarterback. Ethan Bonner, inactive. Storm Duck, inactive. Taj Washington, inactive. And Zeke Biggers is inactive for your Miami Dolphins. So no real surprises there. I would like to see a little bit of Taj Washington at some point this season, but it is what it is. Like it's already, Malik's barely getting the touches. So you're not going to get any of that. But that depth at cornerback is certainly still a question. Though I did think that they played a lot better as that Bills game went on, Solana. That was probably like as pleased as I was with the defense. I was like,
easy.
Jack Jones really showed up. I know that he's a bit of a risk taker and he can get toast from time to time, but man, I thought he came with some big plays in that second half for Miami.
Multiple stops. I think 3 or 4 consecutive series where the Bills weren't able to go score. I mean, like that in itself is impressive considering where the Dolphins defense has been. You'd like to see some of that today. I don't know how concerned you are with Justin Fields. Did you want Fields to play? Like, did you care if it was Tyrod Taylor, Justin Fields?
I definitely fear Justin Fields more.
Just the ability to get out of the pocket, make plays with his feet.
He ran for almost 200 against the Dolphins when he was in Chicago when they were awful. He's and mobile quarterback. We've already seen this, like mobile quarterbacks against this defense. Like, that I definitely would have preferred to take on Tyrod Taylor. Like, I feel like that's one of those games you're going to be in a rock fight. This is one of those where I'm like going to be fearing, hey, Aaron Glenn, nothing to lose. They're going to go for it on 4th down a lot. Like, roll him out there. See if you can stop him. See if you can. Now, there is the question because he is coming off a concussion. And it sounded like he had to deal with some pretty significant symptoms even in the only game that he missed. But, I don't think they put him out there if they think he's at risk. And I understand that he wants to probably be out there to get back in action. He doesn't feel like he's at a point in his career where he can be afforded a lot of timeout. But no, I'm definitely respecting what that guy can bring to the table because he's had some electric plays already.
This is one of those games where if the Dolphins secondary can't have a good game today, at the very least, like not get torn up, then there's just no hope because Jets rank at the bottom of the league in passing. You don't really fear Justin Fields with his ability with his arm. We all know how he makes plays. We all know why he's a starter right now. It's because he's able to be that dual threat guy, make plays with his feet more than anything. That scares me. But this has to be one of those games where linebackers and the front seven just have to be able to contain him. If the secondary gets torn up today, Tobin, like that's a pretty bad sign.
No,
against this Jets team.
And you would hope that like, hey, this could be one of those where they can get the turnover to be that's been so elusive to them already. Like that would be huge for them as well. It's just again, I'm happy where the mindset is at as far as Weaver is concerned and saying what needed to be said. I think that you definitely could feel a little bit of rage seeping out of him because of how things have gone so far this year. But if you can't stop this team, who can you stop? I mean, I guess maybe you'll have an easier task next week against the Panthers, I guess.
Who beat the Falcons last week 30-0 and then just got destroyed this week. It goes to show the NFL is so random, but Jets 31st is what they rank in passing yards per game, 144. You want to keep them to around there. You give yourself a chance to win. Like I'm kind of approaching this game, Tobin, where I expect the Dolphins offense to look a lot better than they did week 1 and week 2. Look how you looked against Buffalo. aside from the 2 interception late. Look how you look like that and force Justin Fields to beat you with his arm. I don't think he can. He's done it before. I just don't think he can. That to me has to be the game today. If the Dolphins offense is able to put up points, then you're putting a lot of pressure on the Jets to do the same. They, outside of week 1, they haven't really shown the ability to do so.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and it's kind of been one of the stories of the NFL so far, is special teams. And we've already been bit in the ass. I mean, every game by it. But whether it be punt return, then it lasting 12 seconds, or the penalties, like that's also an element, because it feels like every game you're like, oh yeah, here was a missed field goal, here was a blocked field goal, here was a return touchdown, it is great because it's been an exciting year. It's been thrilling. But as great as it's been, because the Dolphins, I mean, D. Eskridge has been a hell of a weapon. Malik Washington has been great. That's all been very, very impressive for the Dolphins, but there's also been give on that as well. So yeah, they can't afford to let those up and those opportunities here on a night like this.
It's been a weird ass NFL season with that though. The kickoff rules have been bizarre. That cost teams games. And you have a situation where I've seen more blocked kicks, whether it's punts, whether it's actual field goal attempts, whether it's PAT attempts, and more returns off block kicks than I think I've ever seen in my entire life in one season.
It's been weird. No, you said it right. Like, it's been strange. Like, how many times you're like, it feels like there's multiple a week, and I'm like, you'd be hard pressed to feel like you'd see like one of those a month. They've been going nonstop. But for the Dolphins, I mean, man, you think about what happened with both Judon and Sealer, and then the return touchdown. Like, if they could just button that stuff up, they may be in a different place as far as the record's concerned.
Are they capable though, Tobin, in your mind, of playing a clean game? I'm not even asking for like perfect execution on the offense. I'm talking about every week we've seen this Dolphins team bite themselves somehow, shoot themselves in the foot somehow. Are they capable of playing a clean game?
I don't know. I think it's a fair question. We'll ask Omar that. Omar Kelly going to join us from the Miami Herald as the Miami Dolphins are getting set for their Week 4 matchup. But it's a great question because we haven't seen it. It feels like it's always happening at the worst time possible. So we will see. We keep on winding down to this 7:15 kick from Hard Rock Stadium. We'll take a break. Hour 4 of Game Day Uncensored after this. And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here as we get you ready for Monday Night Football. The Miami Dolphins hosting the New York Jets in their Week 4 matchup. Feels like forever since they've had a game. And we go out, talk to Miami Dolphins, Miami Herald columnist Omar Kelly joining us there. Hello, Omar.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, we're great, man. Did you see any banners? How'd that new one look out there today?
I'm ignoring these banners, bro. I've been
What?
doing this. I'm ignoring the banners, man. Listen, don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. You know how you get Steve Ross's attention.
Mm-hmm.
You make tickets at Gameday $40, and basically have an empty stadium. You make people, season ticket holders, lose their money because they cannot get their money for their tickets or for games that they don't want to attend. And why you wouldn't want to attend a Monday night game against the New York Jets at 0-3, that's just you're in your feelings. And I understand that you're in your feelings. You have a right to be in your feelings. I have said this, and I said this on my latest Dolphins in Depth podcast, which I do for the Miami Herald. Today, I cleaned the slate. 0-3 didn't happen. I don't even know what happened.
Can you do
0-3
that?
didn't happen. Yeah, I did it. It's done. 0-3 did not happen. Okay? Listen, the Indianapolis Colts are much better than we thought they were.
True.
The New England Patriots, all three phases of your game fell apart on you. And the Buffalo Bills, let's be real about it. You played a pretty good game, kept it close. Tua had a bad, costly turnover at the end. Not to say that you were going to win even if you scored that one, because we've seen Josh Allen. Josh Allen's one of those quarterbacks. You give him a minute and 2 seconds. It's probably a minute and 2 seconds too much. But I have the ability to clean the slate, wipe it clean, and you get a fresh start today. Your season begins today. Now, if you lose to the New York Jets today at home in September, against an 0-3 team, coming back with a quarterback who was a concussed 2 weeks ago, and you do not pull off a victory when you're the healthiest you've probably been all year with the exception of the offensive line. If you go 0-4 and 0-3 in division, the Kraken is being released.
Ooh, I like that.
And what do you mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean exactly by the Kraken? Like, is Stephen Ross the Kraken in this equation?
Let's just say I'm harsh, but I'm respectful and I'm nice and I'm fair.
Mm-hmm.
Lose 0-4, the gloves come off.
Wow.
And every flaw you have, I'm gonna put a highlighter on it and show it to the world.
Oh, wow. So you're the Kraken.
You're the Kraken.
Yes,
I love that.
Well, I will get what I want, which is a full scorched earth cleanse reset, and I will make the argument for why, if you come back with this same regime, you are now the problem.
He's gonna fire the bum guns on him, dude. I love it. I'm kind of rooting for a loss tonight now. I want to see what Omar does. I'm curious.
Oh, I already know what it is, and he got grace because his father passed away last week, and condolences to Chris Greer. But I think I posted on social media. You guys just follow my work. I have a video with Chris Greer's introductory press conference as the top executive of the Miami Dolphins, and he outlines for a minute what his plan and what his vision is for the Miami Dolphins on his first day as the head man in charge. And 6 years later, he contradicted every single thing he said he wanted to do.
He didn't have in that press conference bringing in a tight end who was out for 2 years. That wasn't in the intro.
One, he wasn't out for 2 years. That's not fair.
Only 18 months.
Oh, now I'm
only
being
18
unfair.
months.
I'm sorry. I'm being unfair now.
Yeah, you're being unfair. That's unreasonable. He's a 33-year-old tight end with a drug history, with questionable questionable desire to play the game. That's unfair. You're hitting below the belt.
I apologize.
They were cautious with him, and it clearly there was a hip issue that people weren't forthcoming about, and it blew up in your face. Now, Does that mean you shouldn't have had a better plan? You shouldn't have drafted Mason Taylor Jr., even though he got drafted higher than I thought he would? Or you shouldn't have drafted Oronde Gadsden Jr.? You damn well should have. But you did. You made your bed. You chose 16 defensive tackles, none of which are playing well. You gave up capital for an offensive guard who really shouldn't be starting, and you drafted a cornerback, a running back, and a safety. Now, those guys are starting, and for late round draft picks, that's pretty damn good. But tell me who is playing well.
Yeah, it seems like the Kraken has already been released, Omar.
Oh no, this is me being nice.
Look, I want to go to the offensive line because I was very, very confused in that game against Buffalo. I know where you stand on the offensive line. You think it's the worst depth. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the NFL, like nobody has worse depth in that unit than the Miami Dolphins. But the problem now is that they're relying on this depth, and I thought throughout that Buffalo game in that first half, I'm not saying it was perfect, but I don't think it was one of the biggest problems that the Dolphins faced in that game, specifically pass protection for Tua. Obviously, that changed later on, and one of the changes was Keon Smith out of the game for Brunskill. And I don't know if you can walk me through that change specifically.
What happened? Okay.
Yeah.
I actually can. There was a run play. Forget the back. I think it was Ollie Gordon, where Keon Smith's responsibility and assignment was to move up to the linebacker, and he picked the wrong guy. He ID'd the wrong guy, and blocked the same guy as Aaron Brewer. And truthfully speaking, there are just communication issues on the offensive line that have led to some pressures, some blitzes, some compromised pockets. And I know both of you have listened to the whole Tua press conference, not just the Cam Newton comment and statement. I know you've listened.
Terrible misstep by him.
Yeah, it was a misstep. But if you listen to the whole press conference of 12 minutes, he basically is calling himself out for things he's not done or things he's struggling with, and flat out admitted, because he takes a truth serum every time he steps up to the podium, that I'm rushing through my reads and I'm not making it to my final read. And why? And as intelligent gentlemen, tell me why he's rushing through his reads and not making it to his final read.
No time.
Trust issues.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes he has time. Now, does he have trust? Probably not. And if you just steadily have these trust issues with your protection, and I put up a video of Tom Brady saying at some point during his media career where you absolutely, unequivocally, no question, have to have a good offensive line if you're a quarterback. And he would evaluate teams based on how good they were, based on how Bill Belichick talked about their offensive line. He knew based on how Bill Belichick obsessed about their offensive line, he knew how hard of a day it was going to be for his defense and his team. Now, if you're the team playing the Miami Dolphins, how long are you talking about the offensive line? Maybe 5 minutes.
Right.
So wait,
why?
Let me ask you a question.
You don't have to.
Let me ask you a question. Is Savai Nye a new Eichenberg?
No, he's a young rookie, and when you play young rookies, you are going to get the good with the bad. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. The fan base is all obsessed with Ollie Gordon, correct?
Yes.
For good reason, Omar. For good reason, to be fair.
For good reason. When he's on the field, he's productive. He makes plays. He makes the offensive line look good. He runs with power. He converts short yardage situation. You do know that he doesn't play because he doesn't know his plays, right?
Yeah, they have said that the whole not having the ball thing, like that's that code for that.
Yeah, when you don't have the ball, you have to know what your assignment is. Otherwise, your quarterback is dead meat, or you're not gonna, or your quarterback has only 4 eligibles because you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing, and that's what happens with rookies. And it's happening to Kenneth Grant. It's happening to Jason Marshall. It's happening to Jordan Phillips. It's happening to Jonas Savaiinaea. think about it from this standpoint. All of that it's happening to Dante Trader. All of them are playing elevated roles because you're on this youth program that you're trying to fast forward and develop, and all these guys. When you do that, you take the good with the bad. Now imagine all 5 of those rookies who are playing prominent roles for this team. Let's just say they each make, and I'm being conservative, they each make 3 to 4 mistakes a game. Okay? You get 120 plays, you get 5 rookies making 3 to 4 mistakes a game. That means you've got 20 negative situations that can pretty much put you, compromise whatever you're doing, or compromise your defense, or blow a lead, or blow the game, or get your quarterback hurt. That's a lot. You realize that's a lot, right? And that's just what the rookies are doing. Then imagine the veterans who just got here, like Rasul Douglas and Jack Jones, who've only been here for a month. They're each throwing in 2 to 3 to 4 plays like that. Then you got the established veterans, because Jordan Brooks, his play isn't perfect. Zach Sealer, you saw what he did last week. His play isn't perfect. It's like you have 120 plays, non-special teams, and you're screwing up on at least 30 of them, 30 to 40 of them.
So on the other side of the football, then I'll stick there with the defense. We know that, and you and I talked about it on Friday, Omar, when you came on the show, where the Dolphins are blitzing a lot. They're just not getting the pressure that typically comes with the amount of blitzing that they're doing. In this game today, you have Justin Fields, who we know is more of a threat with his legs than he is with his arm. Is this a situation where the Dolphins feel comfortable sending bodies towards him, try to contain him because you don't feel the threat as much of him burning you deep? Or is that something where, Miami has to be concerned, because if you do send those bodies and he does beat you deep, then, the 31st pass offense in the NFL is beating you with his arm. That could be a bigger concern as well.
Well, you're also the 31st pass defense, so it equals out.
Good point.
Let's be real about it. You're asking for a game plan. He's a young, inexperienced player, even though he's he's a 5th-year veteran. I'm still showing him looks and switching. I'm still showing him something and switching it up on him, and hoping that I can catch him making a mistake because he made a bad read. And because he's coming off a concussion, I want him to run, because I want to hit him hard, and I want to hit him late, and I want to be physical with him. I want his head to start hurting a little bit. I want him to start thinking about, oh man, I got to start protecting myself. So so I really wouldn't change my approach. And to be candid and honest with you, I think the only reason the blitzes are not working is because half the time they're in 3rd or 4th and shorter. And you got to put yourself in favorable down and distance situations. Like I created a list of the 10 things that's wrong for the Dolphins, so far in an 0-3 situation, 0-3 season. And atop the list is you can't stop the run. Like you name me the defensive coordinator who doesn't tell you the first thing that his unit needs to do is stop the run. This team has been very poor at stopping the run. It's actually the 2nd year in a row that Anthony Weaver defense has struggled stopping the run early. They tightened up in the second half of the season, and that's when you saw tremendous growth from the defense. If you have not seen his Anthony Weaver's animated, charismatic plea for violence from his defense, please do watch that on social media or YouTube, because I'm of the opinion that was his candidacy speech for that interim head coach position, because he said 2 things that I think that if you're honest about this Miami Dolphins team, you'll say under Mike McDaniel, they do not handle adversity well, and under Mike McDaniel, they are too finesse. And Anthony Weaver tried to address both of those in his most recent defensive coordinator interview, where he said, we got to learn how to handle adversity better, and we have to play with violence. And if we do that, it solves a lot of our problems.
Omar, appreciate the time, man. I hope the Kraken gets to be away for another week, but also sneakily kind of want to see what it's going to do, man. So we're looking.
as I tell Dolphins fans, and I really hope that, because most Dolphin fans are apathetic right now. They've stopped caring. And if the Dolphins lose today, it'll probably be the last game most people ever watch this season. Like, the casuals are absolutely going to check out. But as I tell the hardcore Dolphin fans, either way, you're going to win. You're going to get a win, and it's going to inject a little hope into your bloodstream, or you're going to get a loss, and it's going to help push Steve Ross to create the change that most of us already know is needed.
You like the end zones and the new uniforms, Omar?
I don't care, man. I really don't care. Totally I've seen this team play like crap and fall short of what my expectations are. And I say this to people and they think I'm crazy. This team isn't that bad. They're not 0-3 bad. They're not what you saw against the Indianapolis Colts. They're more what you saw against the Buffalo Bills. They can beat teams. They can finish with a winning record. But what I think is the issue is they're just so mentally soft. And they came into the season buckling to the stage of the season and the situation of the season. And that's just not a great place to be.
Not at all. Omar, appreciate the time, man.
All right, guys.
There you go. Omar Kelly. Go follow his work at Omar Kelly on X and all platforms. And, of course, read his work in the Miami Herald. Always appreciate when he gives us time here on Game Day Uncensored.
No jersey talk for Omar. Wasn't happening.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I can't sit here and say I blame him for not wanting to talk about.
I don't blame him. I was just hoping for a little hot take from Omar at the end, and he's just like, I don't care. There's no dogs on this team.
He's got to fire Chris Greer column in the drafts tonight, huh?
Release the Kraken.
Yeah, like that's what's happening.
It's written.
It's written already.
It's written.
It's definitely written already. Yeah. Well, take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More to come after this. Oh, man. Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day, Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. 104.3 WQAM is that on YouTube. On Twitch, it's Miami 104.3 WQAM. Thanks again to Omar Kelly for stopping by, who is he sounds pretty fed up. Like he's ready to I don't even see. You know what the thing that's funny about Omar? I love him about this. He's like, I'm wiping away 0-3. Like he's men in blacking it. Like he's just I'm gonna forget about it unless they lose. If they lose, you're getting the business.
Then you're 0-4.
Yes.
If not, you're 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, we can forget about that unless you lose, and then it all matters.
I have a tough time doing that because look, had they lost to the Colts, and credit to Indy, they're a lot better than any of us expected. Had they lost to the Colts in a way where like the Colts beat them just handedly, but the Dolphins played well, fine, right? And then they lose to the Patriots because the Patriots just outplayed them, but the Dolphins still played well, fine. The problem is, Tobin, like they didn't look good week 1.
Nope.
And they didn't look good in week 2. You can live with the week 3 Buffalo loss, but I can't just I can't men in black weeks 1 and 2 because those games mattered too much.
Of course.
In my opinion, it's not even the win or the loss. I mean, those matter, but it's the way that they looked. And I can't erase that from my noggin. I just can't, because I expected this team, all the talk about, they talk, we do, all the talk about being a more physical team, all the talk about righting wrongs from a season ago, and you come out and you look like that in those games, especially to start week 2. Like, I can't erase that. So it's why I'm fascinated with how these games start now, because why do they need a kick in the ass to start playing, whether it's physical or whether it's like they care? Like, they shouldn't need that kick in the ass. You're 0-1, you're 0-2, now you're 0-3. When do you start playing the brand of football that's been promised to us?
More violence. More violence.
I like how Omar put it. That was his
agreed.
His tryout for the interim head coaching position. And it does make a lot of sense when you break it down the way he broke it down, which is, what are the 2 biggest flaws of the Mike McDaniel era outside of being injury prone and all that? It's the team. Everybody thinks they're soft, and his inability to adjust. And
well, it was also the line that he said in there that I was like, because I agree with Omar. It was when he goes, I know people think I'm a nice guy. I was like, oh. I was like, it was kind of like it wasn't a shot at Mike McDaniel, but it was just like, just so we're clear, I was a menace who played on the D line. Like I'm still like, I got that seething through me. And I don't know if it matters or not, because like, to be honest, to Anthony Weaver, like, dude, if you take over this team, I don't know how many people are going to believe in you, unfortunately. Like, you may be a great coach. You may be a guy who is long for the league and eventually will be a successful head coach. Hell, it happened to Dan Campbell. Look at Dan Campbell. He came down here. He had a couple of monster games. Mike Tannenbaum's like, nah, you're not my guy. And now he's probably like the most beloved coach in the league. So I'm not saying for Anthony Weaver, you're sunk. I'm just telling you, I don't know if it matters. You could plead for the violence. You could have all that. I don't know if anybody can get this out of this team right now. And I think it's just that's the question, is like, tonight is going to either be the beginning of them getting themselves out of this hole, or it's going to be the death knell, because it's one thing not to lose to the Bills. Okay, they're the Bills. Like, they always kill you. But the Jets, come on, dude. Also, those aren't blue jerseys. They're on television right now. That's not blue.
I was looking at the end zone. It's why I asked Omar. It does kind of look a little blue. I'm not going to lie. In the videos, Tobin.
The end zone, I thought, looked blue.
Yeah.
The end zone looks blue. That jersey they're wearing is not blue.
That helmet is 100% black.
That's a black helmet. Brittany, am I like, we're seeing them now live?
No,
what color are those jerseys?
You're not crazy, and you're right. The field looks blue. That is the blue that I have in my head. Those jerseys are black, and I've been saying it from the beginning.
Yeah, it feels like they had renderings and they picked. You ever repaint? You ever paint your house or paint a room or something?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, have you ever had to go select paint?
Yes.
Okay. They say you're supposed to go, whatever you pick darker because it's going to come out lighter. And it felt to me they picked like the darkest of dark, and it came out black. And I'm just trying to figure out what that, because that is not blue. I know what blue looks like, and that's not blue.
In the sun, there's a little hint of it, Tobin.
No.
Just a little bit.
No, there's not. The blue is the metallic aqua. Now, to be fair, great jerseys. I think they look cool.
Nah, it looks fire.
They do look slick.
I like the aura from the Dolphins tonight.
I can't imagine. And by the way, we also have on television right now as we're watching Tua warm up. Zach Wilson wearing 0. What a stupid choice.
Just weird. Quarterback shouldn't be 0.
If Tua stinks up the joint today, are the fans chanting for Wilson or Ewers? They're chanting for Ewers, right?
Nobody wants to see Zach Wilson.
Nobody wants to see Zach Wilson.
Even though low-key Zach Wilson revenge game against the Jets does
be funny.
Kind of, as you would say, tickle my fancy.
That would tickle my fancy.
Yeah, it does.
That would. But, I feel like the fans are going to be chanting for Ewers. I don't feel like Zach Wilson has a chant behind him.
If you're legitimately, and we're talking no injury to Tua, which I'm not hoping for, by the way. I think you've got to be a sick individual to hope for that. But if we're talking about Tua just being replaced, hey, this season's going nowhere, doesn't look good, and Mike McDaniel's like, all right, I'm making a change at this point. I don't see the benefit in playing Zach Wilson. To me, Zach Wilson was there if this was a positive season and you needed that 1 or 2 game emergency situation because Tua hurt a rib or rolled his ankle, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're potentially 0-4 in this scenario. What's the benefit of playing the guy who gives you a better chance to win? It doesn't make any sense. Now you've moved on, go to the guy who, at the very least, there's this unknown factor with him. Does it matter Tobin, if they win this game, does it matter how they win? Are you going to get hung up on that when you're 0-3?
Right now, no.
Okay.
I think this is the task is to win the game.
Okay. All right.
So no, I don't think they need style points today. They're literally in survival mode right now. That's the point of it. And I think that every fan right now is like, oh man, if it's 2 pick sixes, if it's a 9-3 game, all right, but I'll take it. I don't want to, but I'll take it.
After 40-40 game yesterday, which again, ending in a tie is just miserable. Don't give me a 9-6er.
Right. No, nobody wants to see it. But at least the defense, you would imagine the defense is playing better.
That's fair.
I think in any type, there's a win you could take something out of. So no, they're not in style points right now, but I don't know. You know what? I've seen some pretty awful games. So come back to me next week on Game Day Uncensored for that. We'll take a break here. We'll do a little Porpoise props. We got to predict the game ball before we get out of here today as well. Back with more Game Day Uncensored after this. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's game day, uncensored. Brought to you by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close to kickoff here as the Dolphins are taking on the Jets at Hard Rock Stadium, week 4. And let's get to our time where we dial up some action for this. Let's go to our Porpoise Props.
It's time for
I don't know about you, but that looked like money.
Porpoise Props.
Hopefully you didn't jinx us.
Props.
Okay, Solana, the Miami Dolphins come into this game 2.5-point favorites over the New York Jets. So people not really believing in the Dolphins being much better than New York going into this game. But as we take a look at our player props for this game, you're going to have ourselves a Darren Waller prop for the first time. For those who are interested, he is plus 475 to score a touchdown here today. What do you think of Darren Waller and his potential of scoring a touchdown?
I mean, it's low. I mean, if it was like plus 870-ish around there, plus 800, I would consider it. Look, I'm not putting money on Darren Waller to score a touchdown. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he scores one, and I hope if you bet him, you cash in. I'm not buying into it yet.
What about Devon Achane is typically your favorite to score touchdowns. Any shot he scores 2 touchdowns today, plus 350.
I like that idea. I don't know. Are you expecting a high-scoring game? I kind of am.
Yeah, a little bit, because I don't think either defense is like blown anybody away.
The over-under's at 44. I mean, that's a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
That's a low-scoring game. So I kind of feel like this is – I don't know why. I've had this feeling this is going to be a much higher scoring game than Vegas expects it to be. I like Devon Achane to score 2 touchdowns, Tobin. I really do.
Devon Achane to score 2 touchdowns, that gets you about 3-1. Tyreek Hill to score 2 touchdowns today, that's a plus 800. If you think the Cheetah is going to go for a big day here today. Some of your bigger guys, if you guys are Mason Taylor fans, as he makes his appearance, he's plus 375 to score for the Miami Dolphins. Nick Westbrook-Akine to score his first Dolphins touchdown is plus 850.
Like double Darren Waller almost.
I know. Well, I know Mike McDaniel said that like as the things go on, the catches are going to be there. I just don't know that like we haven't seen him really be a threat. He's had a couple of catches.
There wasn't much week 1, a little bit more week 2. But
I do have a long shot that I'm kind of intrigued by. Do you like D. Eskridge anytime touchdown? Because you get to throw the special teams in there. Like special teams have gone a little wild, and D. Eskridge, I mean, he's looked impressive.
D. Eskridge has looked impressive, but it was Malik Washington who took back the punt, week 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
D. Eskridge in preseason, like, kudos to him. It's why he made the team. But I don't know. I feel like Malik Washington, if anybody's going to take one back, it's going to be Malik.
Also, if we're going to look at the elusive interceptions, which you get some juicy numbers on those as well. Minkah Fitzpatrick. Solana. Minkah Fitzpatrick to get an interception today. Plus 1,300. Wow. Juicy. It's got to happen eventually. One would think. This is the gambler's cry, is it not? This is why that they continue to build guitar hotels around the world.
And because of you, yes. Minkah Fitzpatrick to score a touchdown is plus 5,000.
For a pick 6.
Pick 6. Why not?
Well, I mean, why not? I mean, they haven't gotten any interceptions. I'm just getting in there. See, you're the one who's getting greedy. That's greedy. That's greedy like a pig.
Zach Sealer plus 5,000 to score a touchdown as well.
He did do it once.
Just throwing it out there.
What's him to get a sack today? Like, are they plus? Really? He's plus 160 to get a sack today.
I mean, he's due.
He is due.
If you believe in trends, he's due.
He's due. They don't have Chop Robinson listed for some reason. It's a little weird.
Very weird.
Kenneth Grant is plus 450. to get his first sack. All right. So you got that. Over-unders on rushing. Tua Tagovailoa. His over-under, half a yard.
He's hit that every week.
If you want, yeah, it's minus 145, but maybe you want to throw it into a parlay or something like that. Malik.
It's what I think I'm going to do, by the way. I think I'm going Devon Achane anytime touchdown.
Okay.
Tyreek over 5.5 receptions, and Tua to hit that over half a yard rushing.
All right, so Devon Achane, you're going Tyreek receptions and Tua. That 3-leg parlay, 475 plus 475. Not nothing.
Not bad.
Not nothing. Not nothing for those who keep it score at home. I think if I was going to be most nervous, it'd be the Tyreek Hill receptions.
You think so?
Yeah, because I just never know. It's always squirrely. It's like you think, and then you never know. Maybe this is a game where they're not on the same page, something like that. But I see you. I don't hate it. I mean, if you really make it juicy, you throw a Minka Fitzpatrick interception.
Yeah,
as well,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But I'm throwing it in right now. I got the 30% profit boost, throwing it in right now. Boom.
They got to get a turnover, dude. Like, how can we go another game without a turnover? Are they the only team without a turnover? Has everybody else gotten one? I think it was down to 3, Dan Day said today, but I didn't look what the catch-ups were by the end of the week. If anybody else had gotten any turnovers in the NFL.
I looked up, by the way, only one team in the history of the league has ever made the playoffs after starting 0-4. That's the 1992 San Diego Chargers.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
let's see.
If you're still holding out hopes for the Dolphins to make the postseason, today's pretty important.
All right. Takeaways right now. The only teams, how about this, Solana? The only teams left in the NFL to not have a takeaway: the Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Wow. How about that? The only teams without any takeaways this year, the Dolphins and the Jets.
Makes a lot of sense.
Do you see the Jaguars? They're leading the league right now in not only takeaways but differential. And do you know they got that crazy linebacker coach who was on the Dolphins staff?
Yeah.
He's their defense coordinator right now. Was it
Campanelli, yeah.
Something
Who
like
had
that?
the impassioned speech.
Hard Knocks guy.
Yeah.
He was Hard Knocks guy.
Hey, that was an impressive win for them this weekend. And I'll tell you what, they got the Chiefs next week. They win that game, I'll buy into the Jags.
Fair.
They win that game, I'll buy in.
Their coach almost got into a fight with Rob Saleh.
Yeah.
He gave him old Mr. Duval. Liam Cohen. He told Rob Saleh, "Keep my name out of your mouth." I was like, I didn't know the Duval guy could get that ornery. The guy's he's kind of like Nick Sirianni. Remember Nick Sirianni had the terrible opening press conference, but then it was just, he's just a jerk. Like he was trying to maybe turn on the nice guy. Liam Cohen's kind of had the same thing where he's gotten into a fight with Rob Saleh. He's gotten into a fight with Trevor Lawrence already. Like he may be that as well.
Yeah, but the turnaround has been impressive for Liam Cohen, because I didn't think, I was legitimately questioning whether or not you fire him after the Duval
It's a fair point.
situation, because it was just so flat out embarrassing.
Yep.
Pretty big 180 for that guy. People are starting to like him in Duval.
It's crazy. It's a wild scenario, but yeah, I guess Saleh was saying they were sign stealing. Somebody asked Mike McDaniel about it this week too, but he was like, "I'm focused on the Dolphins."
Yeah,
you know what?
good.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do too. You listen to your coach who could never shut up. He never shuts up. He even knew. I'm just gonna focus on the game here. Just take some notes, dude.
Hey, are we the last doubleheader, Monday Night Football doubleheader?
I have no idea. I don't know what the rules are there. I'm not sure. What is the other game? The other game is Bengals, Sans Joe Burrow.
Yeah, no Joe
Broncos.
Burrow and Broncos.
All right.
I would imagine
not great matchups.
the national
WNBA on tonight. That's probably
WNBA playoffs.
Our night to shine. That's probably what they got. Like, if anybody's looking for something else to watch, but no. Like, look. I mean, I'm gonna be glued. I really am, because I really do think this is one of those things where, hey, if they win, cool. We can start seeing the path to light. We can actually, if they lose, I don't know, man. I am curious. I know, like Vlad, who's usually boots on the ground for us. I'm curious. Like I was like, hey, have those eyes on Stephen Ross. I want to see what is he, what's his reaction going to be for the this a stinker performance. But if they win, he'll be happy. He'll be numb a little bit because it really does feel like he doesn't want to do anything. Doesn't want to do anything.
Doesn't want to move on from McDaniel.
No.
Doesn't want to take the advice of the banners flying above Hard Rock Stadium.
Nope.
And Omar's talked to us about that in the past, right? Where he says he doesn't like the hiring process. Doesn't like the idea that he has to go convince somebody to come and
well, it's because he always gets caught when he does the hiring
Right.
process. Like he always gets caught in the shadows of like, oh, I didn't mean to, look at Harbaugh while I had a coach. I didn't mean to tamper with Sean Payton. I didn't mean it. So like he doesn't like it because he always gets caught. That's why he doesn't like it. When he has to do it on the up and up, he's like, I guess give me the weird guy. That's what I'm going to go with. So I don't know, but look, man, you even got 300-pounders who have gotten turnovers. We got to get something today.
You got to get something.
Got to get something to go with this whole thing. And then, I would like to see like, man, like if this is a close game and we get another like back-breaking turnover by Tua, oh my God, could you imagine that? Their first interception, Sauce Gardner like picks off Tua at the end.
I don't want to think about that.
That's a terrible thought.
I don't want to think about that. Minka Fitzpatrick plus 1,200 for an interception. Tyrell Dodson plus 850. Jack Jones plus 750. I mean, there's decent odds there. If you just think it's a matter of time, Justin Fields coming back, decent odds.
I would just like Minka Fitzpatrick to look like he's got a pulse.
Like he actually wants to be here.
Yeah. Is that so much? I don't know. I don't mean to be hard on the guy, but it's just like it's felt like it's like, oh man, poor me. I got to play for the Dolphins. Like I know this has been an unbelievable burden to you to play for the Miami Dolphins, Minka Fitzpatrick, but maybe this is just me. You should take it as a sign of disrespect that the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are now 3-1, sent your ass back to the Miami Dolphins, and they are second in the league in turnovers and don't look like they miss you at all. So maybe this is just me. You do something about it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tobin. You got a little extra cash to be here as well.
I believe you got a little fluffer. Yeah, I do. I do believe you got a little boosty boost.
Yeah, maybe play like it.
A little blue chew in the account. Like, don't be afraid, Minka. Like, because I think we were all pretty fired up to get him. We're like, that's cool. Minka Fitzpatrick, because it did not end well on good terms with
at all.
Dolphin fans. Some were calling him Stinker Fitzpatrick. Some people, not me, but some people were calling him that. And so I don't know, do what you were supposed to do, which is allegedly being like this on track to be Hall of Famer and not like you're yanking teeth to be on the football field with these guys. Just food for thought, dude.
All right. So lock it in. Minka Fitzpatrick plus 1,200 interception.
All right. I will lock it in.
Perfect.
After they make me log into my account for the 900th time. Very secure, that Hard Rock app.
I keep getting texts. I got to get the code every single time.
Every time they're like, we got to make sure it's. I appreciate it. You don't want
extra security, but I mean, I'm gonna lose that money anyways on the dumb parlay. So might as well get hacked.
Some guy hacks into this guy. This guy lost to Julian Hill a lot. Why did I hack this account?
The hacker probably has better success rate than I do on these parlays, man.
We'll take a break. We'll predict the game ball and give some final thoughts as Gameday Uncensored wraps things up on the other side. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here alongside Alejandro Solana, Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today as we get you ready for Dolphins and Jets Week 4 Monday Night Football. I saw the broadcast crew up there for the television side of things. We got Chris Fowler today, Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick loves talking Dolphins. And then Dan Orlovsky. I didn't know Dan Orlovsky was on the broadcast. His tweet makes sense now why he was like, I still believe in Mike. He randomly just was like, he declared this week, I still believe in Mike McDaniel. I see you, Dan Orlovsky. I know what you're doing.
He's doing he's doing a little bit of research on the Finns, and he's coming to the defense of the of the smart, quirky coach.
Right. I guess. I don't know. Let's get to our prediction of the game ball here, Solana. Okay. Which is brought to us by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Dolphins win today. Who is going to get the game ball?
So I've gone offense every single time we've done this season, and I feel bad because I take the offensive player away from you. I won't force you to go defense. I'll go defense today, and I am going to go with Jalen Phillips in this game. We talked about JP. He hasn't had a sack. I mentioned I was concerned because he didn't have a tackle for loss either. And I just keep thinking back to, hey, major injury in back-to-back seasons. There should be a grace period for a guy coming back from that type of injury. It's week 4, Monday Night Football. You're wearing the special jerseys. He's a big game player. I genuinely believe that about JP. I know he's regressed a little bit. I think it has to do with the injuries. This, to me, makes sense. In this game, he comes up with a sack.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I'm sure people have mentioned it this week. But, man, that monster Jets game that he had when he was tearing it up against the Jets before he got hurt. God, that turf sucks, dude. I mean, like, OBJ mentioned this week, but, like, man, they lost Malik Neighbors. Joe Alt got hurt in that game. That MetLife, terrible. All right. I feel like that positions me to go offense today. Man, I feel like Achan's too easy of an answer, although he's been balling out.
You won't go Darren Waller?
No, I'm not. I don't have the guts to go Darren Waller. I do not have the guts to go Darren Waller. I'm gonna go Waddle. I feel like he's found something. I'm gonna go with Jalen Waddle. I think we get a Waddle today. They cut to Stephen Ross shimmying in the clubhouse. Also, I was at SeaWorld this weekend and I saw a lot of penguins. Feels like an omen.
Okay. All right.
Great new exhibit, by the way, the penguin exhibit. They have a new roller coaster there instead of the stupid like tilt-a-whirl, it's a small world thing. Go on a roller coaster, then you get to see the penguins. Masterful job by SeaWorld.
Big SeaWorld guy.
Oh, I love SeaWorld now. Yeah. I love it. I mean, I've always liked SeaWorld, but I didn't realize that I hadn't been there in 5 years. And then because teachers go free. So my wife went to SeaWorld. She's like, you want to go to SeaWorld? Because we're going to Orlando for this event. I was like, yeah, all right, we'll go to SeaWorld. They got a bunch of roller coasters, really good roller coasters. Terrified my son. It was a great time.
That's awesome. Yeah. They're trying to like rebrand away from
yeah.
They're
trying
documentaries.
The animal abuse. Yes. Yeah. They're trying to like all the shows are very educational. They don't demean the sea lions anymore by making them do comedic events.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, we're here. We're talking about conservation. We didn't go to the orca show. We missed it every time that we were there, but I think that they're getting away from that as well.
Well, let me tell you what you missed. Nothing, because it's the same show every time. The orca is going to jump out of the water. He's going to splash everybody, and that's the show.
Splash Zone, though, is class. They got some guys, some tourists from Australia. The stupid idiot got splashed by a sea lion. Didn't see it coming. I'd be like, you know what's going to happen here. Don't squat down. Nope. Soaked in seawater. Idiot. Brittany, who do you think is going to get the game ball today for the Dolphins? Should they win?
I think that the game ball is going to go to. See, my mind was Waddle. It was in my head, so you kind of took him from me.
Okay.
Go Tua.
I like it though. I like.
You want me to go Tua?
Go Tua. Come on, Brittany.
You know me at all.
She's beyond. She's beyond rats off a ship on Tua.
He will never get props from me, I fear. Dang. I'm gonna go with Zach Sealer. I think yeah.
Sealer it on up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can speak at a classroom near you.
I think he's gonna get a sack today. I think he's gonna have a bounce back game.
I would love it. I definitely I need to do that in my living room. I need to feel alive again. But yeah, all right, we got this. The Dolphins are getting all fired up in their new jerseys. I'm ready. ready to get my mind right.
Uno getting a little TV time, a little FaceTime.
Little FaceTime, yep.
Yeah.
And then Justin Fields. We'll see what we got here, ladies and gentlemen, with this upcoming matchup here today. Solana, it's been a marathon.
Yeah, man.
Marathon day here today.
Let's go get some food and watch this game, bro.
And watch this game and see what we got going on, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you miss any of this, you can go back and watch it on YouTube, but it will all kind of been exposed. But Dan Day is coming your way with Game Day Uncensored post-game edition. So you guys, happy or sad, can give your calls to him. So tune into Dan Day and get everything off your chest with him. And then on top of that, we'll be on tomorrow, the whole crew. Joe Rose, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then myself and Leroy and the crew from 10 to 2. And then Hockman, Crowder, and Solana take you from 2 to 6. And you guys can, of course, get us all here on FM 104.3, on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, TuneIn app, and you guys can watch it on YouTube and Twitch. That's our show, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. Enjoy the football, hopefully. And we will talk to you guys next time.